Hey, yo, flyers! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am the Flying Fabio, and welcome back to the channel, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Had a great night of sleep, as you might be able to tell. I'm feeling great. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys. Good to be here. Good to be seen. Yes. Hey, Slab, how's it going? Look, Sionic here, too. Bree, I like the countdown, Bree. What's going on? How are ya? Hey, by the way, guys, let's dive straight into it. Citizen, good morning. Grab a cup of your most delicious beverage, and let's go. Brewed. There we go, buddy. Thank you very much, man. 11 months. This one is to you, Brew. Appreciate it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. That first sip of coffee of the day, man. I saved it for the stream today. Oh, nice. Nice. I hope you're drinking something delicious. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing really well. It's great to see you here. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, Luxionica. Good point. Good point. Hey, Peter, how are you, buddy? Mr. Pilot. Interesting, right? It's going to be interesting to talk about it today. Yeah, so I've been learning more about takeoff minimums. Now, we're going to talk FAA. I'm gonna be very clear early on. We're talking FAA. That's what I'm familiar with, right? It's probably gonna be different in some other places, and maybe we'll find that out too today. We'll see. Hey, Mephiston, Sass and Satch, what's going on, man? Yeah, Ninja should be interesting, buddy. I was eating popcorn. Says Bree. Nice. Wait a second, Bree. Are we talking straight up popcorn, or like, is it seasoned? Is it caramel popcorn? Oh, I love caramel popcorn. Hey, Santi's here. Hello, Santi. How are you, buddy? ¿Cómo estamos hoy? Join the BVAir TCC. Looking forward to experiencing all the New England flying has to offer. Steve. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Let's go. Salted. Nice, Bree. Let's go. As a matter of fact, that's where we're at right now. We are in the northeast of the US because, as you can tell, the Northeast is in a little bit of a soup right now. It's normal. It's fog. You can't really call it coastal fog because it's more than just the coast. That being said, it has a lot to do with the ocean being there. It's starting to burn off, and actually, look, the coast is actually clearing up. About an hour ago, before we started the stream, all of this was pink. All of this was pink, right? And if you haven't recognized where we are, shame on you. We got to spruce up your geography. There we go, right? Let's zoom into Cape Cod. Yeah. So, yeah, the moisture from the ocean is definitely helping with the fog here. But now the ocean breeze is starting to blow it away. So, on the coast, it's starting to clear up. Inland, it's going to take a little longer. It's going to take more the sun burning it off than that coastal breeze, right? So, right now, we're here in Hartford. Right now, we're in Hartford. KHFD. Kilo Hotel Fox Delta. And you can tell, it says quarter-mile visibility in fog there in the METAR. Not exactly what we're getting with live weather. Let's see if Unreal Weather can do something. Here's Unreal Weather loading. And no. Okay, Unreal Weather thinks it's clear. Slight issue there. Slight issue there. Very windy, or very windy. Wind data for a lot of altitudes. But yeah. So obviously you can tell this is more than a quarter-mile visibility. In reality, it is a bit more sucked in, right? Bom dia, 777. How are you, buddy? Hey, how is the Caribbean today? I'm gonna guess it's a little muggy, it's a little warm, and delicious. Nice. Yeah, DC. Let's go have a look, because honestly, I didn't know I had this. It's pretty cool. 777, I have a very large number of algorithms, a combination of algorithms, informants, guesstimates, and weather balloon data. That last one weighs pretty heavily in it. Hey, Canaron! Hello, sir. How are you, man? Canaron, how's the bike? How is the bike? And I hope yours are doing well. Oh, good question. We're going straight up working title G1000 today. That's right. 100 kilometers, dude. That's awesome. Hey, Canaron, I started flying gliders, right? Soaring. Here on stream. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I was here yesterday flying Condor soaring simulator, and we're flying, you know, between like 150 and 250 kilometer races, and I think of you, and I'm doing that because I'm like, these distances, these are like bicycle distances. Like people do this on a bike. I'm, you know, here I am sitting super comfortable in my glider, and there's people down there busting their ass and doing the same distance, and I'm like, oh man, this feels like cheating. Yeah, Shubashi, I'm really into it. Hey, Shubashi, how you doing, man? Hayden, hello. Hello. Let's see here. Hey.
Flightzilla just resubscribed for 4 months. I can't stay for long, unfortunately, but I did
hey,
see
buddy,
this
how you
pop-up
doing, man?
and wanted to share laughing face.
That's awesome, buddy. Appreciate that, Flightzilla. Appreciate the subscription. Hope you're doing well. Guys, if you don't know Flightzilla, go check out Flightzilla here on Twitch. Guy's awesome. Has a great stream. Super nice, too. Super nice, too. We won't hold the fact that he's British against him. I think we're beyond that. It's fine. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Hey, Delta Scott. What's going on? Delta Scott, welcome in. Hey, guys, I'm the Flying Fabio. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ray, Delta. All right. There we go. Thank you, Scooter. Appreciate that. Nice. Okay, so, yep, G1000 today. It is an IFR day for us, right? So the G1000 obviously makes things easier. But the reason I'm using it today is so that we can have more situational awareness than with the original 6-pack. Right? 6-pack being, you know, these 3 guys, plus what are the other 3 gauges we have for the classic 6-pack. Booms. Dude, I watched somebody streaming that the other day, and I gave it a try, man. I watched for like 10 minutes, and I was like, why? I don't, listen, good for you, but like for me, right? I'm like, nah, no, that sounds like a chore. I don't want to do that. 3 beers. Nice. All right, so yeah, VSI. Okay, an HSI. Right? Or a compass. We call the compass DG, a directional gyro, if it's not an HSI. An HSI is a compass card with the needle that you can turn for VOR, ILS, intercepts, and even GPS, right? That's an HSI. Take that needle away, leave just a compass card. That's a DG, directional gyro. Compass, I'll take any of those. You guys know what you're talking about. I'm just mentioning the names, right? No blower simulator. Power wash sim is great. So, Luxionic, I think what it is the reason these sims exist is for some people, that is relaxing, right? Because I can see how power washing, not even relaxing, but pleasing, perhaps, is a better word. You know what I mean? Mineiro, fala, mano, beleza? Muito obrigado, cara, valeu. Satisfying, right. Farming Simulator 22, it has a lot of new features. Yeah, Booms, I tried Farming Simulator 21, I think it was. I played it for a few days, but then I got off of it. Like, it didn't bring me back. You know what I mean? It was fun at first, but then it didn't bring me back. So, a lot of games, to me, do that. They're interesting at first, then I lose interest. Hard for a game to kind of grip me. Yeah, so, vertical speed indicator, which normally goes where? Right under here, right? And then what's under the attitude indicator normally? You guys already mentioned it, but which one? Which one is normally under the attitude indicator? Hey, Snowman, what's going on? Should be. Man, yeah. Should be, yep. Indeed, sir. Turn and slip. You sure? Mephiston, think about it. Think about it. Okay, when I say think about it, you're like, well, I did think about it. Yeah, what I mean is this. think about what's most important goes in the middle, right? Most important, you could argue this, but most important is to know what the attitude of the aircraft is. Yes, of course you need flying speed, etc. But, right? You're not upside down. Hey, that's a good start. Okay. So under it is where we're going, right? And again, people can argue that, hey, airspeed is more important than where you're going. Okay, well, fine. I think you can argue that. I argue that those are the most important, therefore they're in the middle. So in the middle, yeah, it's the compass card or HSI or directional gyro, right? By the way, the CDI DC, since we're getting into semantics, right? And it's important because there's so many different acronyms and names and terms in aviation. A CDI is that needle inside the HSI, right? So a CDI is not the gauge. You can't call a gauge a CDI. The gauge is an HSI or a directional gyro if it doesn't have the CDI yellow arrow, right? Then the one that we turn that has a swinging one, we don't have it here to show, but we have it in the Archer in the old school config, right? That is an OBS. Yeah, listen, it's whatever they're named, right? But that's to get it clear. Those are the names. Then you have an RMI. That's right. In the DC-6, we have RMIs, radio magnetic indicators, which is a compass card. But instead of having a CDI needle that can swing or slide left and right to show deflection, it just has a needle pivoted in the center that turns like an ADF needle to indicate the direction of a station. Yes, I agree, DC. I also don't have a choice. All right, so yes, we don't have the six-pack. What that means, though, is that we are going to have more time to look at charts, and we're going to have a better understanding of our situational awareness simply because of the map that we're going to be able to see here, which for IFR flying is super important, right? Where are you in relation to all these other things you're talking about flying to, from, or landing or taking off at? All right. Peter. CDL's cousin, that's awesome. Everyone is scared of ADF approaches or DME arcs. Just use an RMI and done. Yeah, Mr. Pilot, RMIs are awesome for that. Yeah, and they have come out of vogue, right? You don't see them a lot. Even in planes that have just what we call steam gauges. You don't see a lot of RMIs. Oh, that's awesome, Ninja. Can't wait to see it. I just updated it before the stream, so hopefully I'm up to speed, right? All right, cool. So, yeah, takeoff minimums. Takeoff minimums. All right, what do you guys know about takeoff minimums? Let's start there. Do we have takeoff minimums? Because obviously, we have landing minimums when we shoot an IFR approach. We have minimums, always, right? There's a certain period of the approach that you have to be in visual contact with the runway or airport environment. Okay, so there are minimums in every single instrument approach. All right, what about takeoff? So cold, sure. Being fast enough to fly is not going to be the problem. Right? Your plane can do that if there's fog or no fog. It doesn't care about the fog. They're more like guidelines, says Mr. 90. Okay, is that true? Or are they regulated? Water will probably damage turtles. Takeoff minimum climb speed, feet per minute, says Larger Life. Okay, so now Larger, I think what you're referring to is a climb gradient, a minimum climb gradient requirement, because you're talking about feet per minute, right? After you take off, there might be obstacles around the airport, so yes, you're going to need a minimum climb rate to be safe. Okay, but that's a little beyond what we're talking about because we haven't gotten off the ground yet. First, we have to determine, is it legal for us to take off? Then we have to determine, is it safe? Because you can be definitely in a situation where it's legal, and yet unsafe, right? I think most people have this wrong perception that, laws are designed only to keep you safe, and if you follow the laws, you're going to be safe. That's not the case at all. I know a lot of you probably already know that, but let me tell you, there's some people that don't really think that way, right? All right, so large, you're saying yes, which is indicated on the SID charts. You're correct. Yes, if there's climb gradient requirements, they're gonna be on that SID. What if we don't have a SID though? But let's not talk about that just yet. We're talking takeoff yet. Zeta, what's going on, buddy? By a few miles per hour. Yeah, that's right, Zeta. Hey, Hugo, what's going on, man? Hugo, what were you trying to do with the exclamation mark subs, buddy? Hey, Jimmy's here. What's up, little Jimmy? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, sir. If you cannot land in emergency, why would you take off? Well, restoring, it's a good question. It's a very good question, right? And DC said there would be a really compelling reason. Well, yes. So, for example, let's say that you are taking off in a 4-engine aircraft, right? So now, the chance of you having to return due to an emergency because of engines, very low. Very, very close to zero. You have 4 engines, right? Most 4-engine aircraft can even fly in 2 on 2 engines, depending on the weight, etc. But worst case scenario, you still got 3, you can go. Okay. And of course, with 3 engines, you're like, well, yeah, but you're not going to go all the way to the destination. No, but you also don't need to come back to your origin. You can fly half an hour to somewhere with better weather, right? Hugo, sin problemas. Yo hablo un poquito de español. Entonces yo estaba preguntando o qué tú estabas queriendo con la exclamación subs que pones en chat. I've started to take procedure turns seriously and it has enhanced my immersion considerably. Was not expecting that, Zeta. Good to hear, buddy. Yeah. Listen, treating this realistically, this hobby of ours, right? Man, it shoots the immersion through the roof. It's amazing. It's amazing. Nanso, what's up, man? How's it going? Bless you. Sorry, I started laughing because I saw new tests. Bless you when I speak Spanish. There's no philosophy in aviation. All right. Yeah, a lot of things that are dangerous are still perfectly legal. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Luxionica. Okay. So, do we have takeoff minimums? Simple question. Arctic, what's going on, buddy? How are you, man? That is the question of the moment. Do we have takeoff minimums? Are they a thing? I fly, therefore I am. We have, yes. Mr. 90 says no, but first he said yes. Oh, yes. If you put subs on other channels, a bot tells you how many people are subscribed. Ah, gotcha, Hugo. I gotcha, buddy. Sorry, I don't have that on my bots. I don't have that on my bots. Fog is sometimes localized. In that case, using a takeoff alternate is feasible to not only stay safe, but complete the mission as well. Right. So that's the answer, right? The compelling reason is, can you do it safely? If you can do it safely, why not? So again, we're talking the 4-engine aircraft, right? Okay, but that's one situation, very specific situation. It's an engine failure in a 4-engine aircraft. What about other situations? What if you have a 172? Yeah, sure, that gets more risky, right? But how often do you have an engine failure on takeoff in a 172? How often does a 172 have to return to its origin? Right? So, look, it's always going to be a game of numbers. When you fly a single engine aircraft, you're always betting that that engine is going to work. Of course, you have contingencies. Well, yes, but if it doesn't, look, it glides, it can land here at this field, etc. Yeah, sure. But there are certainly parts of the flight where if that engine quits, even if you have contingencies, you're not going to make it, right? So there's always going to be risk. The question is, how much risk do you expose yourself to? So, departing from an airfield that is sucked in, where you can barely see the runway. Let's say that it's legal in this operation today, because it can be legal, it can be illegal, we're going to talk about it. Does not necessarily mean it's a risky situation, right? Because there may be an airport within 5 minutes that is actually pretty good weather. It just so happens the one you're in is in a bit of a valley, so it's sucked in and it's going to stay sucked in, right? So even that gives you a very safe type of departure. You're like, yeah, but if your plane catches on fire right after takeoff, you're not going to make those. Yeah, you're right. You're right. If a meteorite strikes me halfway through that takeoff, I'm also not going to make it, right? So that's what I mean is at the end of the day, you're going to have to accept some risks if you're going to leave the house and do something. The question at the end of the day is, are you being smart about it? Right? Sorry, man.
The Flying Fabio.
Moat, sorry, buddy. I was passionate about that. I'll go back and read it. Are you smart about it, right? Are you taking good contingencies? Are you minimizing the risks, right? So there's a lot that you can talk about that, but at the end of the day, it's how much you're comfortable with. And as you can tell, some people are comfortable with insane risks and end up paying the ultimate price sometimes. And some people are too conservative. You have all kinds. At the end of the day, it's what you are comfortable with doing as long as that stays within the regulation. So, yes, there are people that depart in pretty poor weather, taking that risk. And then there's people right next to them that say, no, I'm going to wait for the weather to get better. Nothing wrong with either, right? All right, so morning, afternoon, evening, FOF, says Moats. Got a sleeping dog on my lap, so can't do any work, so it would be rude not to watch. Thanks, buddy. Hey, that's a good excuse right there. Listen, there's a dog, and it's, you won't believe this, it's sleeping on my lap. I don't know how it happened when I noticed it was already there, and I'm so sorry, boss. I just can't get up now and go to work. I like it. Flying is all about mitigating risk while completing the mission. If we were to completely mitigate all risk, we would not fly at all, right? Or not do fill in the blank at all. We wouldn't dig tunnels, right? Think about it, you know? We have to look at the entire scenario to add up all risk elements and come up with a total risk for the flight, which, by the way, a lot of flight departments do. Maybe not individual pilots, I'm sure some do, but the majority probably don't. But a lot of flight departments have risk assessment procedures built into their operations, right? And they literally have checklists. They have checklists where they, for each of the potential risks of the flight, they assess, you know, oh, how much is the risk for this today, or this today, or this today? And at the end, they add up all these different, because different risks will have different weights and different values based on the risk of the day. And they'll come up with a score. And at the score, basically tells them, can you go or should you maybe think about staying? Does that make sense? Oh, I think Mr. Pilot was actually saying that at the end. There's now flight risk analysis programs that quantify the risk elements to help make the decisions easier. Thank you, buddy. You just explained it better than I did. All right. Hoping to take part in Captain AB's Newbies Vet Sim event. Ah, flying tonight. You heard about that, huh? Daunting to a newbie like me. My minimums is how nervous I'll get. So, first of all, flying, it's totally normal to be nervous, right? Prowling Panther. Oh my gosh, great to see you. Hold on, buddy. Totally normal. If you are nervous, I'd be concerned. So, you are where you should be. Okay? Second, that's why we're there. So what are we talking about? Well, actually just this morning, I joined a group headed by Captain AB, who is deciding to help newbies get into VetSim, getting into flying online. So I'm brand new to it. I don't know all the details of how it works just yet. I know that some of us helper pilots are going to be available during the times on Discord voice during the times that newbies are flying. Maybe we can live coach them or something like that. I don't know all the details yet. We'll get there. But yeah, flying, super excited about it, man. You know me, I want to get as many people flying as possible. As many people flying online as possible, too. So, let's go. That's awesome. Mr. Jess. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Let's go, man. Let's go. 3 months. Very nice. Prowling Panther, hello, sir. Hope you're all doing well. I'm stuck hauling asphalt, so I'll be working and lurking. Thank you, buddy. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. It's great to see you. Thanks for being back, man. I really appreciate that. All right. Yeah, you could also get a paper cut reading the flight risk analysis. Right. Exactly. But here's the thing, guys. You know, it's not a subject to, like, make fun of somebody that is too conservative or not. Look, we're all different. And typically, even if you pick a person that's very liberal, very conservative, they're not going to be that way for every single thing, right? So it always varies. It always varies. Don't judge. It goes like that. Everybody has different limitations, different levels, different comfort zones, right? Let them be the judge. Now, obviously, if you see them making a pretty terrible decision and you're in a position to perhaps interfere, perhaps help, yeah, come on, man. You could be saving a life, right? But other than that, I'm just saying, people play in different fields. Yes, exactly, Silent Hunter. Exactly. Let's see here. Hey, 7 Stingray, what's going on, man? Yeah, but 7, you can say that about a lot of things, right? You can say that about a train conductor. You can say that about somebody driving a school bus. Yeah, so it's no different, guys. It's no different. DC. There might be one over me right now. Hello, buddies. Good to see you, buddy. Turn on the fog machines.
Princess
Yes.
Pharmacy just
Yes, Mountain, it is.
for 5 months.
It is definitely burning off. That happens, right? That happens. Unless you're in a pretty particular location. And those exist in the world, but they are pretty particular. Fog can be a common occurrence in some, you know, parts of the year. In places. But typically, as soon as the sun has an opportunity to heat it up, it will burn off in an hour or two. Right? So if you're ever in a situation where you want to fly and you're stuck in fog, chances are, just give it an hour or two and things will get better, right? Don't push it. Oh, we've gotten a puppy recently, so I've been teaching him how not to be a ball of crazy. Good luck with that, Deuce. What kind of dog is it, man? I have a question for general aviation airplanes. Do you guys ever dry spin the engines? Yes. Yes, Mountain Man, we do. Now, it is not a requirement. Most of these, let's call them modern piston engines, like this in the 172, don't require it prior to the start. It's a good idea to do it, but they don't require it. An old radio engine requires dry spinning it because you have a lot of pistons, and because of the way they're oriented and built, all the oil pools on the bottom ones, right? So not only the top ones are not lubricated, but you can have hydraulic lock situations on the bottom ones because there's too much oil inside the combustion chamber. So you gotta dry spin to circulate that oil, right? And get that engine ready. These engines here, it's a good idea. Why? Because, well, if the engine is a little more lubricated once it starts, there's gonna be a little less wear and tear. That's just physics, right? So if you spin the prop a few times with your hand, it's going to lubricate the engine and make that start a little less taxing on the engine. So it's a good idea. If you don't do it, is it going to completely ruin the engine? No, but it is going to wear a little bit faster than the other engine, right? Now, why are we actually doing that? The circulation of oil in a modern piston engine like this is not really required. So it's just a bonus. So why do we do it? We do it to actually check the compression of the cylinders, right? Because when you're spinning that prop, and of course, the number one thing you do before you spin a prop is pause for effect. No, Paul, that's before, no, that's before you start, guys. I'm talking about turning the prop by hand. Before you start the engine, you screen prop, not screen, yell prop. No. Disable the mags. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Remember, huge difference between this engine right here and the engine that's in your car is that this engine right here does not need an electrical source other than the magnetos. Like a battery doesn't need the battery on to work. An engine needs a spark, right? Right. Your car has a battery that produces that spark. Okay. Plane has magnetos. They're mechanically connected to the engine. If you turn that prop and those magnetos are connected, enabled, on, whatever you want to call it, that engine will spark. Even though you're turning it by hand. The starter is not engaged, the battery is not on, the plane is completely off, except that key has left the mags on. Go ahead, turn that prop, you are going to be sparking those spark plugs. And if there is a little bit of fuel left in those combustion chambers, guess what? Yeah, that engine's gonna try and start. With your hands on the prop. Sounds like a good idea, right? Exactly. So guys, please, 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 if you're ever around an airplane like this, and you're gonna move the prop, somebody's gonna move the prop, ensure the mags are off. Ensure the mags are off. Okay, cool. Cool. I guess you could still yell and people would just look at you funny. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, MDH, I've missed you for 12 days. I've had no internet since moving home. Oh my god, dude, MDH, first of all, I feel for you because I depend so much on the internet, not just for my work, just everything, right? So I can't imagine living without the internet for that long. That sucks. Second, buddy, thank you for saying that. That makes me feel so good. Thank you, man. And welcome back, MDH. Great to have you back. Always pull the spark plug on the lawnmower before cleaning it. Oh, got it. Thank you, sir. I worked on 757 yesterday, did starter oil changes, and checked mag chip detection, right? On the Pratt & Whitney 2040 engines. Nice. It required dry spin after it, so I was just curious if General Airplanes did spun, or dry spun too. Interesting. So, Mountain Man, on your case, do you know why it required dry spinning after that? I mean, it sounds like it was because of the oil change, like you have to circulate the oil change on the starter. So you're dry spinning it so the starter can circulate. The engine actually probably doesn't need it. Maybe? I don't know. DC, I think you have choices there. Mobile phone bill has been astronomical. I can imagine, MDH. I can imagine. Hey, Guybrush, what's going on, buddy? Hello, sir. Before you hand crank, you run around in circles, waving your hands in the air and yelling, Magneto, Paul. I'm so glad you got it. I think no one else did, but you did. Great. Oh my God, Christopher. So nice. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for saying that. Hello. Welcome in. Hope you guys have something delicious to drink. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Hitting that leaded coffee. All right, so. Sorry, now, Mountain Man, I forgot what I was talking about before we talked about turning the prop. Oh, well, uh-oh. There you go, DC. There you go. Where the engine went out in one of these airplanes and the guy landed surprisingly smooth in a field. Yeah, psychotic. Listen. It's a clearing fog, which is nice. Okay, give it an hour or two. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Nice job, Coldy. Nice job. So, psychotic planes, they can glide. A lot of people that don't fly don't know that, right? Because they associate a plane with an engine. That's what they see all the time. Every single time they see a plane flying, there's an engine working, right? And they hear the stories that a plane lost its engine and had to crash land somewhere. Wow, yeah, it makes sense, right? That's what keeps planes in the air. Not really. Not really. The engine is there just to make the plane go fast. What keeps the plane in the air are the wings. And you just have to be going fast for the wings to work. So you put an engine that makes you go fast. Or, like in a hang glider, you jump off of a mountain so that you gain speed on the way down. And guess what? That big delta wing above you starts to work. So, planes fly not because of the engine, they fly because of the wings. So when you lose the engine and you're in flight, you haven't lost the wings, you're fine. You're fine. Now, you're going to start losing speed, obviously. The engine went out. So what do? Well, you got all this altitude. Hopefully you're not down low. You got all this altitude. Guess what, buddy? It's just like the hang glider jumping off the mountain. Point the nose down, go downhill, jump off the mountain. You're going to gain some speed, right? Right. So you're exchanging that altitude for speed. And that allows you to keep flying. Now, obviously, you're not going to have that altitude forever. You are, after all, getting rid of it to gain speed. So you have to find a place to land. But all of this that I just said, if you have enough altitude, and often you do, unless it's right after takeoff, right before landing, you have altitude, buys you time to look for a place to land. Because remember, the wings are still working, buddy. You're still flying. Okay? Hey, gamer. Thanks, buddy. Does that make sense, Psychotic? So if you have a field, if you have altitude, and you have a field to land at, a place to land at, you're gonna be just fine. You're gonna be just fine. Does that make sense? Managed to land it at the closest airports. It flipped my whole view of flight. There you go, Coldy. There you go. I'm great. Lucky, lot of work those weeks. Hey, Guybrush, that's awesome. Working in classes. School is always great to perform. That's amazing, dude. And the subject this time is important. AIDS. Wow, trying to open eyes of young generation. That's awesome, Guybrush. Guybrush is an actor, guys. Over in France. He's a stage actor. Really, really cool. And he also has a pretty awesome YouTube channel, so go check him out. It's pretty awesome. Again, Douglas Adams for the win. That dude saw the world in such an amazing way, right? And wrote about different worlds in such a good way. Let's see, Luxionica, whose videos? Changed my life, yeah. I get it, Coldy, I get it. I was expecting the front of the plane to tip. Ah, Psychotic, okay. Okay, now, why? Can I ask that? Why were you expecting... Hi, Kitty. Why were you expecting the front to... And I'm assuming you expected to tip down, maybe? Captain Danny, what's going on, man? I read that you were born in Brazil. I am from there, too. Do you speak Portuguese? Claro, mano. Opa, morei lá até os 23 anos de idade. Sou de São José dos Campos. E você? Oh, Guybrush's videos. I'm sorry, Luxionica. Yeah, I 5 different topics back and forth. Hard for this old brain to keep track of. Oh, nice, Prowling. Is it what you're doing today? Captain Danny, você mora onde, cara? Okay, let's see here. In real life pics. Guys, if you are not on our Discord, what are you doing? Somebody on chat, hit up Discord bot shortcut, please. Oh, deuce. That, my friend, is awesome. Thank you, Scooter. Thank you, sir. All right. About this. Yes. All right. Nice, Scooter. Nice, buddy. Look at that, guys. Zarek. Zarek? Is that how you pronounce it? He's a Catahoula leopard dog. May have German Shepherd mixed based on his ears and narrower head. Nice. It's a nice looking dog, dude. I love his coat. That's so cool. Look all over his face, too. That's cool. He looks like he's a ball of energy, dude. Let's see here, Psychotic. I guess he did a good job with the braking. Oh, like when he landed. I see what you mean. I see. Psychotic, was it one of those planes where the tail touches the ground when it's on the ground and it kind of taxis like this? It's called a tail dragger. Good name, right? Tail dragger. I want to see you driving. What do you mean, Hugo? DC, whoops. He's adorable and a butthead. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Of course we allow that. Hotbug, what's going on? Callie, what's going on?
H0T
Yeah, so
Bug
psychotic.
Just resubscribed for 4 months. Hello, everybody.
Hotbug, that's awesome. 4 months. Let's go, buddy. Thank you. So, yeah, you're correct, Psychotic. Those planes can indeed tip over. You're totally right. A tail dragger can definitely, it's called piloting. Piloting. That can happen very easily. Very easily. So, you're right. He did a good job. Or she did a good job. Who knows? Team Malays, what's going on, man? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've had a dog pick, so there's a cat pick to balance it out. Oh, it's a good one, too. Who is this, Luxionica? Oh, what a cute cat. Beautiful cat, actually. Is it not working, Cody? Scooter, are you still around, buddy? Ruby, that's a cool name. Scooter, Cody was reporting, yeah, that link didn't work for him. Can you have a look, man, please? Are we sharing photos? Always, Dalmatian, always. All right, guys. So back to takeoff minimums. So the fog is definitely burning off. So again, if you're in real life, right, just wait, just wait. All right, cool. But what are the minimums? Oh, interesting, Scooter. Can someone else try that Discord link, please, and see if it works? Yes, sir. It works. Oh. Goldie, sounds like it works. Thank you, Skip. I appreciate that. Dalmatian. Wow. This guy, man. It's not just screenshots, guys. It's not just screenshots. Look at this. Autumn in Southern California. Wow. Wow. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Still with the palm trees in the back. Oh, this is an interesting one. The palm tree with fall. Yes, for sure. 777. Artistic, not autistic. I'm just joking. You were missing the R. You're missing the R. Wow. Wow. Dalmatian, scroll up. Oh, jeez. He's still going. Look at this. Wow, man. Come on, Discord. You can do it. Oh, nice, Luxionica. 777. It's not loading. Wow. Wow. Man, unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. Nice job. Weird. So, DC, what was the problem? And thanks for helping, man. Oh, Lorian! Hey, buddy. Good to see you, Lorian. Good to see you, man. Psychotic. Let's go, buddy. Thank you, Psychotic. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. That's really kind. No earthly idea. Weird. Thank you.
Ingo
It worked.
423 just resubscribed for 5 months. Psychotic Juju's gifted a tier 1 sub to Ingo 423.
Wait. Right click and open source. Really? Because I open original, but then it opens on the Oh, MDH. Nice. I don't have right click and open source. I mean, I can open link in the browser. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, Ninja, got it. Okay, cool. Look, guys, it's MDH. That's awesome. MDH and his. That's awesome with that hat. MDH, what's his or her name? That's awesome. I don't have right click and inspect. on pictures either. Nah, we got it. Whatever the opposite of tail dragger is. Ah, yes. We call that a tricycle gear. Tricycle gear. Skip. Rory, that's awesome, MDH. That's awesome, dude. Psychotic, it's my pleasure, man. It really is my pleasure. Thanks for enabling me to do this. I really appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Guys, I do this as a full-time job, so consider subscribing to the channel. Thank you. And what do you call the... Oh. Yeah, he's gone, 777. He's gone. Guys, so... Takeoff minimums. Takeoff minimums. What are the minimums? Do we have minimums? Yes or no? Let's start there. I asked before. I didn't see answers. Maybe I missed them. I pronounced it right. Deuce. Okay, awesome. 10-9 Bravo. Says 777. Okay. Okay. That's pilot code, right? It's like, you know, Big 10-4. We'll get to 10-9 Bravo. Minimum speed for takeoff, correct? No, gimme. What I mean, you have a minimum speed for takeoff. What I'm asking now, what I mean is, if the weather is really low, okay, say it's foggy, like it was when we loaded up. Now it's opened up. But before, it was foggy, and quite foggy, like quarter-mile visibility. That's pretty foggy, man, right? So then the question starts to be like, oh man, can we even take off? Should we take off? So then my question is, okay, well, are you allowed to take off? Is there regulation that talks about a minimum for takeoff? Remember, there is a minimum for landing, right? Every instrument approach out there has at least one minimum altitude below which you can only go if you have visual contact with the runway or the runway environment, right? So we know there are minimums for landing. What about takeoff? Right, minimum visibility? What about ceiling? Is there ceiling too? Is there something else? Isn't it to clear obstacles? Well, Mountain Man, first you have to get off the runway. Guys, when I'm talking about Hartford, 777, it's Hartford Rockford? No, Hartford Brainerd. Here, Hartford Brainerd. Kilo Hotel Fox Delta. I'm going by charts. Take a look at the takeoff minimum section. Okay, Mr. Pilot, before you actually know what the minimums are, right? The question is high level, guys. Do we have takeoff minimums? Is that a thing? Or are there no minimums for takeoff? I can always go. That's a high level question. Let's start there. Yes, we do. Not always. Not always. Some people do, some people don't. Yes, some people can take off in 0, 0. The ceiling is 0, the visibility is 0 because it's foggy, right? And some people can take off. Some people can't. Right. So now, yes. So now, well, you have to be careful when you say GA. Ninja, when we start talking about regulations like this and you start talking about who can do this, who can do that, GA involves two different types of operations because we consider business jets GA. They are considered general aviation, right? Exactly. But a lot of business jets do not operate under the same rules that a Cessna 172 that belongs to a private pilot would. Okay, right, so 777, who flies a 777 for a major airline, right? He's talking about his operation. So now we're starting to learn that there are people that can do this, there are people that can do that, and inside those groups, you're also going to have variations. Guys, it gets so granular that it gets to this airline can do this approach, while this airline can do that approach, and then this airline has these takeoff minimums. every operator out there can have different minimums. Okay, so it gets that granular. But one level above that is the regulation itself. So the regulation also has minimums. Pretty confusing, right? Well, it's confusing because over time, it got complicated because we started to adapt to different types of operators. It used to be that there was just one minimum, right? Everybody works under the same minimum. Then we started to realize that, hey, man, these guys over here, they have more equipment, they have more training, and they have a requirement based on their missions, like airline pilots, that, maybe we can have some lower minimums for them, or maybe we can have some different whatever, or maybe we have to have higher minimums for them because they're carrying some important loads like people, right? So over time, we started to diversify. And so the answer is, it depends. The answer is it depends. Depends a lot on the situation, on the operator, and what's happening, right? Hey, Hito, what's going on, man? Yeah, for takeoff, right. Yeah, I've seen that 777. So Hito also flies for the airlines, but he flies for a different airline. And look at this. His minimum is almost half in certain airports. Almost half than what 777 has. But then at other airports, 150. So even in an airline, and that's what I was trying to get at, how granular it gets, you're gonna have variations of those minimums, even if they're specific to your airline, because they may be so specific that they're specific to your airline at this airport. It's how specific things can get, right? Yeah, exactly, Eagle Eye, right? Our FOM follows industry best practices, so while the FARs allow 00 takeoff for us, our company is more strict and requires closer to 135 minimums. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't understand that either, 777. So, right. So Mr. Pilot is not flying for the airlines. He operates under a different area called 91. Guys, in the United States, the airlines operate under part, and what do you mean part? It's a part of the federal aviation regulations, right? There's this massive tome called the FARs, the Federal Aviation Regulations. Those are the federal laws in the United States that govern everything about aviation. Okay, huge Bible, great. It's divided into parts. Pretty inventive name, right? Okay, part 121 is for scheduled air carriers. It's a fancy name to say an airline that publishes their schedule ahead of time and has a scheduled route. Hey, every Tuesday we go down to Daytona Beach and back. Okay, that's a schedule, right? All right. Oh, I see, 777. It was Peter, so hold on, what happened here, Peter? Oh, the the pushback Doug, that's awesome. That's awesome. Right, so we're learning that, first of all, some people have takeoff minimums, some people don't. We will still get into all those, so don't worry. We're going step by step, guys. A big discussion, right? Okay. And then for the people that do, we're learning that inside those people that do, we have subsections with differences. And inside those subsections, there's more subsections. And even inside one operator, there can even be differences based on different airports. So, very, very granular. This granularity allows flexibility. So it creates complexity. It's harder for pilots to determine what their minimums are. You know, which airport are we at today? Get the book out. Let's make sure this... Sure, it's more complex, but it creates more flexibility for the operator, right? Hey, you would like to be in the back of that plane and still be able to take off today and go see your daughter's graduation, wouldn't you? Well, guess what? The fact that that airline had an exception for this airport that you're at today that allowed lower takeoff minimums allowed you to go see your daughter graduate. Pretty cool, right? So this is a good thing, but it does introduce complexity. So you just have to be careful about that, right? So, hey, Nick, how's it going, man? Good to see you, Nick. I know, Peter, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? I should be on external most of the time, but yeah, we saw it. Do international airlines have to follow FARs to enter the US? Oh, that's a great question. Or, similar for US airlines going to other countries, have to follow their equivalent? Luxionica, great question. Do you guys know the answer? Because it is a great question, right? Luxionica is now realizing, wait a second. That means that different countries, they have different regulatory bodies. They're bound to have some differences on this, right? Just because people, sure. So what happens when an airline from, you know, anywhere, Singapore, comes to the United States? What happens when an airline from Russia goes to India, right? So DC saying depends on the carrier and the origin country. Okay. Well, no. Anak, you're right. But now we're talking. Well, hold on. Maybe. Okay, keep going. Let's keep going. Yes, follow the regs where you are operating. So, look, because we realized we've had this conversation before too, and I'm glad to have it again, and we're gonna have it again still. But I want you to remember this, right? A lot of these things, guys, make more sense if you understand the big picture. So we got to a point in aviation, in humanity, in this experience that we're being a part of, where we realized, wait a second, man, now we got all these cool planes like the DC-6. So right before World War II, right, when planes started being able to fly around anywhere in the world, Lufthansa was flying the Junkers 52 before World War II. They were flying that thing everywhere. Like a Junkers 52, right? So we realized eventually, it's like, wait a second. We can't have everybody come up with a different rule, a different idea, because then when we go visit another country, which we're starting to do massively now that this whole airline business is expanding after World War II, right? This is going to be a nightmare. How do we keep track of all this? So eventually we're like, oh man, would be really cool if we could have this organization that's like a central organization and we all sign up to it. And if you sign up, you have to follow the rules that those people come up with. So those people are just going to come up with some really good aviation rules, and we're all going to adopt those rules. And we're going to call those people the International Civil Aviation Organization. The ICAO. Exactly, Mr. Pilot. Right? So, ICAO is this multinational body, organization, created to write regulatory rules, for lack of a better word, right? And if you want to, as a country, you can follow them. You don't have to. The United States does not follow ICAO in a lot of ways. And in a lot of other ways it does, but there's a lot of deviation from ICAO in the US. Not because we're better than ICAO, that's not it. We do act like that sometimes, but that's not it here. It's because aviation, early on, developed very much here in the United States, also in Europe. So Europe also has strong roots in their legislation, right? But a lot of the stuff happened here in the United States before it happened anywhere else. So the core body of aviators in the United States always felt that, hey man, we've been doing this longer than anybody else. We got this. We got this. You guys don't have to tell us how to operate. A little bit of pride involved there for sure, right? But that's how things came to be. And that's why the United States diverges so much from ICAO in some areas, because, hey, before ICAO even existed, we already had regulation on this. We were already doing it this way. We're not going to change it, right? And by the way, it wasn't all hard-headed. There were many things that the United States chose to change and then follow ICAO after ICAO became a thing, right? Those were the things that the United States looked at and said, wow, that's actually a better idea than what we're doing here. Let's just do that, right? But there are several things that are different. Yeah, Mr. Pilot, I know, it's... It's like saying, hey, Mr. Pilot, I just remembered. Is that from Austin Powers? Please allow myself to introduce myself. Yeah, Mr. 90, look, at the end of the day, nobody can, right? You can drive without a seatbelt, you can jump off a building, you can do whatever you want, man. You know? Once, at least once. Yeah, corporate companies, right. That's right. Okay, now there's a pic of the rocked road. Oh, they were paving over. Nice, man. I like that stuff. So guys, Prowling Panther here drives a truck. And he does a lot of different stuff. It's really, really cool. Oh, interesting. That's fascinating, Peter. I had not seen that. We're going to take a look at that glider transponder stuff. Oh, sorry. In real life, I missed it. I looked at the wrong place. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Okay, so this is from your truck, I can tell. This is a mount for your phone or GPS. That's another truck for... So, does your truck look like this? Deuce, is this what your truck looks like? And you guys are paving this road right here? So what are you carrying? Deuce, what are you carrying to pave this road? That's really cool, man. That's really cool. And guys, this is what, look, Peter just posted. I had not seen... Look, I'm not a glider pilot. Glider pilot, by the way, is a separate license here in the United States. I've never flown a glider in real life, so I don't know gliders that well. The FAA says glider pilots flying under visual flight rules, yeah, should squawk transponder code 1202, regardless of whether the flight is in communication with air traffic control in a procedural change that will take effect November 1st. Wow! Wow, that is news right there. 1202. Huh, good to know. Thank you, Peter. No way, DC, really? Moat. Hey, Abnormal C, what's going on, man? Alright, so. I used to do asphalt and holding a straight line carried a sense of pride with it. Wait, are you talking about like the pouring? Like when you pour that ribbon of asphalt, you're talking about tracking straight? And my question, Kona, more on the actual painting trucks, the ones that paint lines on the road, right? How do they keep that truck? Because it looks like a standard truck with a standard wheel. How do they keep that truck so straight? Keeping the edge, yeah, that's awesome, Kona. Yeah, I'm more talking about the lines, because I can see how it would be a little more lax, I guess, on laying down the asphalt, like more just visual. Whereas with outbound radials, that's working. That's fantastic. Heading hold. Oh my god, that's amazing. Close. Mine is a tandem back wheels. Okay, not triaxle. I'm hauling what's called County X mix asphalt. And then do you dump that into the machine that lays the ribbon? Man, this is cool. We learned so much in this channel about all kinds of stuff. On a box, the operator directs you. Box? No, I don't know. I don't know what a box is here, Kona. I mean like the center stripe on a two-lane road, right? The yellow stripe, the double lane, or double stripe. How is it so freaking straight when the truck painting it looks just like a truck that I could be driving without special equipment, but somehow they can keep an exactly straight line, right? Gimme. Big guy, that's awesome. You guys are funny. Oh my god, Lexionica, that'd be great. I would like that. I've been thinking about starting another channel and doing other games, but I don't know. I need to focus on this channel for a while. The training stuff takes a lot of time, and I need to get that going. Well, it is going, but I need to like put that out, right? Kind of the same principle, huh, Kona? Okay. I know very little about them, other than for dump trucks, you can lower the... Oh, I see. Yes, sir, we dump into a paver. The front of the paver is called a box. Got it. Got it. Drives really fast. The faster the speed, the straighter the line. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, guys, back to takeoff minimums. Okay, so we've learned some people have it, some people don't. The people that have it can be all over the place too, can vary. I was mentioning operators in the United States have basically 3 different categories. There's more, but these are the major ones. Part 121, scheduled air carriers. That's an airline, right? Okay. Part 135, non-scheduled air carrier. Wait, what? What does that mean? You guys tell me. What's a non-scheduled air carrier? Like charter? Yes. Charter and air taxi, exactly. Exactly. Think about it. Okay, the plane looks different. It's not a 787, although it could be, but it's probably just a business jet, right? If you're chartering a flight, you are Justin Bieber, right? And you want to rent a jet to go somewhere. Okay, you're going to rent a business jet. That's a charter flight. But for all effects and purposes, it's like an airline, right? You don't even really know the company. You're just paying them to take you somewhere. You're paying an airline to take you somewhere. Same type of operation. Therefore, from a regulatory standpoint, there's a lot of similarities. From a safety perspective, right? Pilot training, all that stuff, maintenance. You know, hey, we want these guys to be just as safe as these other guys. The fact that these guys are scheduled and the fact that these guys are not scheduled, meaning they're waiting for somebody to call and then we'll go fly somewhere, does create some operational differences. So we're going to have some variation of the regulations. But other than that, these two are pretty serious and we have to keep them safe. Great. Then you have Part 91. Part 91 is, hey man, I own my airplane. I'm not charging to take anybody anywhere. I just want to go fly, right? For fun, or because I'm going to go, you know, do a surgery somewhere because I'm a surgeon, so I'm actually using it for business. So it doesn't really matter if you're using it for pleasure or for your own business. But if you're not charging anyone to fly them somewhere, you are a private operator. A private operator in the US is called Part 91, right? DC. Mountain Man. Oh man, yeah, he came to my head because did you guys know that Justin Bieber got busted at Teterboro for smoking weed inside a plane that he rented? I know, shocking. All right, Deuce, it took me a second, buddy. Took me a second. Yeah, I know, right, Coldy? I know. Took me a second because I read that phrase and go, here's a pic of the asphalt in my bed. And I'm like, wait, what? Oh, your truck bed. Oh, nice. Look at the asphalt that Deuce is about to lay. That's cool, Deuce. Cigarettes? Yes, yes. Marijuana cigarettes. Oh, man. Hey, David Lewis, what's going on, buddy? How are you? So, well, here's the thing, Mort. It wasn't his aircraft. The crew, he started doing it in flight. The crew told him, sir, sorry, you can't do that here, right? He's a celebrity. He doesn't care, I guess. So he continued to do it, him and his crew. The crew told him a second time, sir, this is against regulations. It's against our company policy. You need to stop. He didn't. So the crew called the cops on him on arrival. And look, I'm not talking... I think if you want to smoke weed, you should be able to smoke weed. It should be legal. I don't care about that stuff. All I'm talking about is, dude, the company has a policy and they're asking you twice not to do this. Yeah, you know. Sorry. Rodonica, what's going on, man? Oh, yeah, Mort. Like I said, I have no issues with him smoking weed at all, or anybody smoking weed. I have no issues at all. I like it. Go for it. I think it helps people, right? Half of the NFL smokes weed. Half of the NBA smokes. I get it, man. I get it. It's great. It is great. All I'm saying is, it's against the policy. The company, it's like cigarettes. It's the same thing. If the company has a policy against smoking cigarettes and you keep smoking cigarettes, I don't think you should be able to get away with it. Sorry. It's going well, Rodonico. Thanks, man. Thanks for saying that. Right, Cody. That's kind of what I feel, right? If it's your plane, do whatever you want, man. But it's a rental plane. It's like you rent a car and they tell you not to smoke, and you smoke, and then they fine you, and you're like, oh, that's not fair. Really? All right. Anyways. So, let's take a look at this now. Oh, Rodonico. Yeah, tremendous. By the way, I did fly last night. I needed to cool off last night. And I did fly, flew in Argentina. There was a competition happening in Argentina last night. And I want to show you guys how I did. Because I'm kind of proud. I'm kind of proud. Kilo, there you go, man. There you go. Yeah, I know, Booms, right? So, if you didn't watch it yesterday, I did a Condor stream yesterday. I was in a race, well into the race, like 2/3 of the way there, and SGK Condor crashed,
just resubscribed right? For 10 months.
Steakhouse, let's go, buddy. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Guys, Steakhouse is subbing with Prime. If you don't know, if you have Prime, Amazon Prime, you can sub to my channel for free. Pretty awesome. All right. So, here is the task I flew last night. I did want to show you guys this, then we'll talk about the takeoff minimums. Campeonato Argentino de Condor Inviernito 2021. So, it's the winter championship in Argentina, right? This one was over Buenos Aires. And it was, and guys, look, I told you, I'm going to start streaming Condor every Monday now. Very, very cool. Very cool, very swag, we like. But I'm going to explain a lot about gliding to you that we haven't explained yet. For example, what's that, Cobra? Oh, it's already, DC. It's already. But don't worry. We can always... Oh my God, Booms. Jesus, man. Was excellent to me. It explained me a lot how these things heavier than air are staying up there. Ah, Rodonico, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Oh, Cobra, you don't like Condor. Is that what it is, buddy? All right, Deuce. Thanks, man. Thanks. We'll get to it. Oh my God, Booms. All right, so this is pretty interesting right here, guys. Check this out. Start is here. Turning point 1, turning point 2, finish is here. Okay, pretty easy triangle, right? Why is that green area so big? Why is this green area so big? Because the turning point is anywhere inside this area, and you choose where your turning point is. This is a different type of competition in soaring, and I'm not going to explain all the details, but I'm going to say this to you. The reason that this exists, and you can pick anywhere inside the circle, so you're like, well, then I'm just going to go to the shortest here, just hit the inside of the circle here, just hit the inside of the circle here, and back to the finish. Yeah, you could do that. Except that is going to be completed in less time than the minimum time required for the race. So this type of race not only has a circuit, but has a minimum time.
Resubscribe for 9 months.
Right? And whoa. Fake Wayne, thank you, buddy. Let's go. I appreciate that sub, man. Thank you so much. Let's go. Okay, so it's not as simple as, oh, so you just have to fly like 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 1 second, as long as it's more complicated than that. But needless to say, this, I'll get there some other day. This was the competition last night. There's some handicaps depending on the gliders. The thermals were medium intensity and high activity, so they were everywhere, right? It was my first time ever doing this AAT type race, which is the one with the big radius, and you choose the turning point yourself. I had never done it before, and so I'm pretty pleased to be in last. But in last with 643 points. This guy Tango has 680 ahead of me, and then the real competitors are between like 850 and 1,000, right? But look at how interesting. Look at how interesting. Here is the winner, Martin. Here's his route. Here's what he did, right? So you can tell that, look, he went into this area here, not all the way to the center. He turned early, but then on the second one, he went much deeper into the second one and then came back here and landed. He only flew, look at this, one thermal, right? Every time you see this going up here, that's him on a thermal. You see him turning up there too on the same geographic location. So one thermal, two thermals, three thermals, four thermals, five thermals. You can say this was a little one here, but he actually didn't turn. He just got some lift. Then six thermals, and then he went all the way to the end and finished. Won the race, right? Okay, here's where I can improve. Look at what I did. First of all, yeah, he nailed it, Coldy. First of all, what I did is I deviated more from the straight line than he did. And I went deep into the first circle. Here's the center of the first circle. I went deep into the first, shallow into the second. So opposite of what he did. He went shallow first, then deep. But that's more up to the pilot, right? And then down here. But look at, he had six thermals, right? Look at me, right? I start over here. Then I go 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a little one, but 4, 5, 6, he did 6, I'm at 6 already, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then I finished. So I had twice the amount of thermals that he did. Obviously that's not efficient, right? Obviously that's not efficient. So what I need to do is, if you noticed on his, he climbs to where I climb too. But then instead of going down to say like 900, 800 meters like I did here, he goes much closer to the ground, which I find riskier, but he did it much closer to the ground. And that allows him to spend more time flying in between thermals and less time spinning. Because think about it, every time you're in a thermal, you're not moving forward. You're wasting time as far as the race goes. Yeah, so look, my lowest altitude, I think, was here, was 786, yeah, 750 or so, right? His lowest, oh, look at this. He gets as low as 400 and 468. That's 300 meters lower than I got. And he does that consistently. He did it again here, right? So, and look, he stayed way closer to the route. I went way further out, which adds distance to the route. Ah, yes, I spurred. Not thermally, but going from one hill to the next. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's right, Coldy. That's right. So guys, look, you can tell that this world of soaring competition is a world on its own. And it's awesome, right? So we're definitely going to be getting more and more into this. I also used XC Soar last night for the first time in a while. That's a free app that a lot of soaring competitors use in the real world in little pads, like a tablet or a phone, whatever, right? It's an app that runs on Android, and you can couple it to Condor. So I used it last night, and it has some really interesting features in it. So we're gonna be learning all about it. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of tactic here. A lot of tactic. It's very cool. Good old iPack. Yep, that's right. Not iPad, but iPack. That's right. XC Soar. Whoops. is a tactical glide computer originally developed for the Pocket PC platform. In 2005, the originally commercial software was given to the open source community for further development and has constantly been improved since. It is now a multi-platform application that currently runs on Windows, Windows Mobile, Unix, and Android devices. And it's actively developed. Look, this is what it looks like while you're in flight. It's amazing. It's an awesome app. Awesome app. So, there you go. Yeah, I know, right, Nick? Oh, Icebird, that's awesome. I didn't know that. That's really cool. That's really cool. All right, guys, are we ready to go back to talking takeoff performance? Or do you need a break? Ready, or do you need a break? I miss my iPack. Was born ready. Psychotic. I put that down to people. Just people. Oh, Ewald, what's going on, man? Ready? Always ready. Okay, then let's go. Then let's do this. Okay. Oh. And by the way, Bold Method is a fantastic website where you can learn a lot about flying. A lot. So, yeah, I reference it once in a while because it has really good content, but I highly recommend Bold Method. They also have training courses that you can purchase about flying, and they're really good. They're really, really good. Hey, from Texas, babe. How's it going, man? How's Texas today? Where is Texas, babe? Nice. All right. So, on Christmas Eve, 5 people were killed when a pilot attempted taking off in foggy conditions. While the takeoff was legal under Part 91, remember, Part 91? You're just a private operator. By the way, you could be a 747 private operator, right? I bought a 747, I got typed, and I fly it myself. Or I hire a pilot and he flies it for me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Are you charging to fly people? No, it's just I own a huge plane and it's just me. Great, that's Part 91. So Part 91 does not determine the size of the aircraft. It's the type of operation. Okay? Cool. Oh, there's quite a few, Luxionica. There's a lot of private 747s. There's a lot of private 787s, a lot of private 777s too. And same with the Airbus. Okay, so Part 91 does not determine size of aircraft. Yes, generally it is a small aircraft, but it could be anything. Right? Big guy, yeah, Travolta. Yes, he's got a 707. 707. Oh yeah, in the Middle East, it's like everybody's got one. All right. Had this been an airline flight, the plane probably never would have left the ground. Here's why. Okay, so now we're gonna dive headfirst into this whole like, why can some people do it, some people can't? What's the rule? It's actually rules. So here we go. The accident made national news. On Christmas Eve morning, what a time, right? A pilot attempted takeoff from the Bartow Municipal Airport, just east of Tampa, in a twin-engine Cessna 340. You know what this means? Potential coastal fog, right? He and his passengers were headed on a holiday trip or day trip to the Florida Keys and planned to return later in the day, probably to spend Christmas with their family the next day. Tragic, right? Oh, Luxionica, wow. Okay. According to an airport employee working that morning, dense fog limited visibility at the field. The METAR observation at the approximate time of the accident confirms it. So look, here's the METAR for KBOW. It was on the 24th day of the month. And it was issued at 12:15 Zulu. It was issued by an automatic weather station, so there's no humans involved in this reporting. The wind is calm, very typical for fog. M1/4 SM. What does this mean? No, Luxionica. Well, I saw the last one that we talked about where you're like, oh, go look, and I went. I haven't seen one recently. So Mort's saying quarter statute mile visibility. Same for Coldy. DC's it's a manual observation. Mr. 90 says -1. Typical Fabio soup flight, yeah. Mists is abnormal. Okay, lots of options, guys. Which one is right? Sure, Denology, I can do that. Why not? There we go. Yeah. Obviously, I'm blocking some of it. Maybe I should get my ugly mug out of the way. You got it. Surface mist up to a quarter mile. Okay, that's another option here. Okay, Luxionica, I don't have time now, buddy, but I will go look at that. Okay. Steve says mist, quarter statute mile visibility. Yeah, there you go. Here's the thing, big guy. I can do that, but if I do that, it looks weird because I'm looking to the right. So check this out. Yeah, I can put myself over here, but then it looks weird. Cause see how I'm looking away? But I don't think I can mirror. Can I mirror? Oh, maybe I can mirror. Yeah, DC, that's what I'm looking into. And I have a mod for OBS that I believe allows me to do this. All right, let's try some of this. Let's try some of this. All right, hang tight. Achieved. Achieved. That's what I did, Coldy. That's what I did. Yeah, big guy, I know, right? 2D Fabio confirmed.
Hitman GP just resubscribed for 2
Whoa.
months.
Hitman, let's go. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. 2 months. Nice, man. Really appreciate that. By the way, I played Hitman with my son the other day for the first time. Hitman 2. Opa, now he looks odd. Yeah, because I'm on the other side, right? Okay, so. Well, big guy, here's the thing. My son is 10. So we're just getting into those games. He plays Fortnite, right? Plays Madden. But he doesn't play Call of Duty. That stuff is too violent. Hitman was the first game where like we shot another person that looked realistic. You know what I mean? Because Fortnite's all cartoonish. So it was like I didn't want him playing Call of Duty right away. So it's my introduction to like those games, but it's a much more, I don't know, paced game, I think, than a first-person shooter. DC, it's not that it's less violence. You have the option of being less violent in how you take people out. But the pace of the violence is a lot slower. Lot slower. You know what I mean? Right, exactly, DC. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you can shoot somebody in Hitman, but you have so many different options. So that I figured that would be an interesting way to kind of get him into more realistic shooting games without going straight into gore, you know? Yeah, exactly, Sessanach, exactly. And that's what I was trying to teach him, is patience, right? Because in Fortnite, it's all just blah, 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 action the whole time. So I'm trying to, you know, teach him other stuff. Yeah, Rodopsin, pretty much. Pretty much. "10-year-old, did you have him when you were 16? Why, thank you, Danology. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. The Flat Fabio, TFF, you're right. Discovering the gaming world. Well, Big Eye, sort of. I mean, he's been playing Fortnite for a couple of years. Same with Madden. He started by playing Madden. Fortnite is probably just a year now. He started by playing Madden and FIFA, right? Sort of, you know, that stuff. I mean, he really started with like Mario Kart, stuff that was more his age at the time, but you know what I mean. All right. So, we still don't know what this means, do we? I'll be honest, I don't know either. I think this means below quarter mile and the equipment is not able to discern, but I'm not really sure. So, let's find out. Let's see if we can find an M there. Okay. No. Nope. That would be for temperature. That would be for temperature, but not for visibility. I guess and I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be in most METAR explanations because it's rare. Yeah. Rodopsin. I forgot about that. Hey, I think, hold on. We're gonna get deep into Takeoff Minimums. I think it's time we just have like a 2-minute laugh. Can somebody post a video to that? You guys that know what I'm talking about. The abuse was quite instantaneous. Please, I need a link to that right now. Or just tell me how to go get it. What's the title? Oh man, because you guys, if you haven't seen this video, it's a fantastic video. It's probably a video that was even funnier like 5 years ago, but it still works really well. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Do you guys know what this is, Scott Squad? Online gaming? Yeah, it's 2 minutes long. All right, check this out. Oh gosh. Ah, that's brilliant, man. That is brilliant. I love that. It's such a good skit for so many reasons, right? So many reasons, because it gets online, like that type of gaming, spot on. He's a great actor. He's a great actor, right? Oh my god, that was really funny. I love that video. Really, Luxionic. Yeah, I gotta watch some more. Scott Squad. Okay, good. Good. All right, ladies, gentlemen. Let's see if we can find out. Captain Gaming, did you have a link for that or METAR decoder? Let's see here. Because there's a few METAR decoders out there. I'm wondering which one. I'm going to test one here, see if this one works. But yeah, so I think that M means below, whatever the visibility is, and it indicates that the equipment reporting, in this case it was an automatic reporting, cannot. It's not decoded in this one, okay. Yeah, Denology, okay, below 500 meters, I would like a link for a source. Let's see, METAR decoder, let's try this guy. Okay, this one says visibility, this decoder says the visibility is 0 miles. No. Hey, Newt, look, depends on what you want to do. There are things that Explain does better and has more than MSFS, and there are things MSFS is better at. Overall, out of the box, MSFS looks a billion times better than Explain. Out of the box. You can make Explain look a lot better than it is out of the box, but it takes a lot of work. Takes a lot of space too. But listen. Very capable sim. Very capable sim. So still looking for a decoder that can do this. Oh, this might. Yeah. I mean, this isn't... Yes. Yes, found it. Okay. Here we go. Visibility. First of all, up here, and this is a METAR-TEF list of abbreviations and acronyms, okay? All right. Look at the letter M. M minus less than. Okay? Then look down here. 1 second, Newt. 1 second, buddy. Look, visibility. Prevailing visibility in statute miles and fractions, space between whole miles and fractions, always appended with SM to indicate statute miles. If it's not SM, the visibility is going to be in kilometers. Values less than a quarter reported as M1/4. Okay. So that tells us the visibility here was lower than a quarter mile. Oof. Okay, I have a running 737 simulator which runs on Explain, but MSFS looks really nice. I wonder if I can interface all my panels with MSFS. Ooh, Newt. Man, that's tough to answer because there's a lot of different panels out there that can make a home cockpit. Are you using Flight Deck Solution stuff? And Newt, that's awesome, first of all, that you have a 737 sim, right? And yes, there is a 737 coming soon for Microsoft Flight Sim. So if you have a 737 sim, I'm sure there's going to be a way eventually to interface what you have with MSFS and the PMDG plane, because they're going to be very popular, right? So the more popular your hardware is, probably the quicker you'll be able to interface it with PMDG or just MSFS. But we do have a couple of cockpit builders here in the community, Newt. So if you put some of the details here, or Newt, maybe best to have this conversation on our Discord. I don't know if you're on Discord or not. It's basically a chat and voice app that we use offline when I'm not on stream to talk and hold the community, really. There it is. Big Guy posted a link to it. If you post there, even the people that are not watching this now, eventually later will get your message, right? So it's a higher chance you get some answers if you post there. Okay. So guys, the weather sucked, right? Of course, FG here for fog, really, no kidding. And overcast at 300. Then temperature 12/nothing. They did not have information on dew point, but you don't need it, right? The only time you're worried about dew point is, hey man, is it getting close to dew point? Because that means fog may be triggering soon. No, it's already foggy, dude. You're there. All right. Altimeter setting 3018. Remarks AO2. This was a second generation automatic weather station reporting. Thank you, Newt. I use Arduinos with MobiFlight open cockpits and Bodnar cards. No FDS, sadly. I know some of the stuff you use, Newt. That's really cool, by the way. That's really cool, man. Oh, glad you found this channel. Oh, Howie, interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, Nick, I don't know SPAD next. That's good to know, man. Thank you. All right. So now for the sad part of the story. As the airport employee recorded fog rolling over the airport, probably a cell phone video, their cell phone captured noise from both the takeoff roll and crash. The fog was so dense that the airplane was never inside of the camera. Well, there's the end result there. So what went wrong here? Why did this pilot choose to take off in such poor conditions? It will be a while before the NTSB releases a preliminary report on the accident, but it's very likely that the fog played a significant role in the accident. guys, it could be as simple as he lost an engine on takeoff. Hard to maintain runway centerline when you have the other engine at full power. It's foggy. He doesn't have a lot of visual out the window. He loses control, goes off the side of the runway, hits something, the plane catches fire, everybody dies. Could be as simple as that, right? Or it could be even simpler, like it was so foggy he literally couldn't see the runway, veered off without knowing he was veering off and hit something. Under Part 91, pilots typically, because it's not always, I learned that today, guys. I'm gonna raise my hand and say I did not know this until today. Crazy to me to think this, but I didn't know this. Oh, speed. Oof. Could be. Okay. Don't have takeoff minimums. So, does that mean you can legally take off with 0 visibility? Legally speaking, some say yes and some say no. Oh, come on! Yeah, let's dig a little deeper. Okay, psychotic. Let's see. I have the IFRFlight controls, Bravo throttle quadrant, SATAC radio panels and multi-panel, also a SATAC IFP, but having trouble getting it to work. It worked once. I don't know what the IFP is, but dude, I am jealous, psychotic. You got some amazing hardware, dude. Oh, lucky you, man. That's awesome. Good for you. Well, Zasran, this is not technically... I guess technically it's correct. Some people say yes, some people say no. They just don't know what the regs are. The regs are clear, obviously, so we're gonna go look at that. I know, Moet. They're great aircraft. Great aircraft, yeah. One less. Hey, Crumb, what's going on, man? Oh, well, glad you're here. Glad you're here. We're talking takeoff minimums today. All right. So, look, yeah, you lined up for takeoff, and it looks like this. So, let's think about this. When you are taking off, what is important weather-wise? What do you need right here to do this takeoff safely? The one thing you need to do this takeoff safely, guys. Oh, instrument flight panel, okay. Hey, Patil, we are seeing 3 asterisks for whatever you posted. I don't know if you posted a link or not. Patil, you can't post links on chat. You have to post links on our Discord. We have a channel just for it. It's called Stream Links. Minimums for going back here. No, you don't need that. You don't need that, right? Because I'm betting today, I am accepting the risk that if I take off and something happens, I won't be able to return here. But that's okay, because I think if something happens, more than likely it's going to be something that I can still fly for a few minutes before I have to put it down. Sure, it could be a fire, it could be an engine failure where that's not true. But most of the failures are not going to be terminal immediately. And there's airports around here that have much better weather. So I'm not concerned about coming back. What do I need? Oh, SPAD dot next. Okay. So what do I need to be able to do this takeoff? I'm not talking legally. I'm just saying, as a pilot, what do I need to do the takeoff? Weather-wise. Weather-wise. Oh, Zasran, also death penalty, right? Hey, thank you very much, Newt. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, man. And welcome here. Welcome to the community, sir. Sight down the runway. Ewald, you got it, buddy. You got it. I know it was kind of... I don't think I asked it very well. Right? Yeah, okay, DC. Technically, sure. You need to see the runway. Or at least the runway center line. I'm talking from a practical perspective, guys. Forget the regulations. Forget you lined up and it looks like this. What do you need to be able to take off? I need to be able to stay on the runway. So I need to be able to see the runway. Okay. What about the ceiling? I don't care what the ceiling is, dude. I don't need that for the takeoff. That's for after I get in flight. So in flight, if the ceiling is low, that means I'm in the soup. I'm going to need to fly an instrument. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, how do I get off the ground? What do I need to get off the ground? Well, I need to stay on the runway. What do I need to stay on the runway? I need to be able to see the runway. Okay. Why am I saying this? Sounds super basic and kind of even dumb, right? Because it's so obvious. Yes, but I'm emphasizing that because we're about to talk about what standard takeoff minimums are. And standard takeoff minimums under FAA don't mention ceiling. Why? Because it has nothing to do with what we're doing. We are taking off. Taking off requires a certain amount of visibility so that you can see the runway. So our takeoff minimums, they're going to be different for part 91 or part 121.35. But they are just visibilities. Okay? And because it's FAA based in the United States, the visibilities are going to be in statute miles. And it's important to know this because most places, well, not most places. Well, hold on. It's in statute miles. Let's leave it at that. What do you mean projected views, Goldie? In a Pilatus P112. I don't know what that is, Rodonico. You never see the runway. It's probably a tail... No, I don't know. You would only need 20 meters, but you would need 20 meters, Mort. I've been in fog once in my life, only once, but I've been in fog where I could see my hand touching my nose, but about 20 centimeters or so in front of my nose, I couldn't see my hand anymore. It was freaky. Freaky. Ah, yeah, tail wheel. Yeah, Rodonico, I gotcha. Well, my instruments are not... Oh, okay, Cody. I see what you're talking about. I think I see what you're talking about. Cody, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're talking about is the fact that on this screen right here, it's a modern avionics screen. I'm going to have a drawing here of the runway. And as a matter of fact, I have the entire world in 3D there. Right. Completely illegal to do that. Completely illegal. I'm going to say that many times. It's not accurate enough, Ewald. Here's the problem. It is accurate enough 98% of the time. Maybe even higher. You get used to it. You see it every time. It's like, man, it's so spot on. Sometimes it isn't because it requires GPS position, which can be a bit off. And this database was created by humans. Oh my God, that never make mistakes. We actually caught a mistake in the terrain database in one of the simulators at Flight Safety when I worked there. And we caught it in time because it was an update to the terrain database, right? And they had a mistake in there. And we saw it, it was luck. We were shooting an approach, we saw that the terrain was crazy. It didn't match at all in a small area what it looked like out the window in the sim. So we talked to, I think it was Honeywell at the time, and they were able to fix it before they shipped it. Well, actually, no, they had already shipped to all the planes in the world. They had to issue a fix to all the planes in the world. Hey, Slow Dev, how's it going, man?
Just resubscribed for 7 months. Good morning,
for
folks.
those reasons and some others, you cannot trust that stuff. Basically, it goes like this. You're like, dude, come on, man. We have all this information for the world. We know down to some pretty crazy accuracies. The terrain elevation around the world, everywhere, blah, blah, blah. How can we not do that today? How are we not already doing that? It's not that we can't. It's that this equipment right here, the way it was built, the way it was designed, the way it works, the certification effort that it went through was not designed with it being the primary reference in mind. So can we do that? Of course we can, guys. Of course we can create avionics that are 100% reliable and you never ever have to look out the window. But we haven't done that. That's not what this is. We don't have the robustness that we need, both in the creation of the software and the certification of the software, right? To allow for that to be. Does that make sense? Of course, my horse. I hope that makes sense. Slow Dev, what's going on, buddy? Thank you very much for that tier 1, man. I really appreciate that. Also doesn't count for real-time obstructions. You have an obstacle database besides the terrain database. What's an obstacle database? That's radio antennas, cranes, everything that's out there permanently or permanently enough that the FAA knows about, right? And it gets put in the database and it gets added as obstacles to your avionics. Fantastic. Oh, great. Tomorrow, Joe's company over here is putting a new air conditioning on. So they just put up a big ass crane over there. Guess what? That's not in your database at all. At all. And here you are shooting an approach during an emergency because you lost your engine, right? And you're using your synthetic vision because it's foggy as hell. And you just so happen to be coming in from over here because it's an emergency. So you're not flying normal patterns. And you're going to smash into that crane without knowing it's there. Right? Calypsia. Hey, Tricky, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. How's the flying out there, Tricky? People behaving themselves or hardly? Makes sense. Thanks. Okay. Yes, Rodonico, that's actually becoming common now in many aircraft. Garmin came up with an auto land system that's incredible. That's incredible. Why? Because we can do it. But again, it requires a heavy certification effort. They've been working on that for years. From a technical perspective, can you do that? Of course. Some of you guys are good enough devs. You could sit down and do it yourself, right? That's not the point. The point is not, can we do it? Of course we can do it. The point is, how do we do it in a robust way, right? That has all the checks it needs to have, that has all the eyes looking at it or that have looked at it that we need. That requires planning, that requires time, and that's what Garmin has done over the past few years to get us here. Oh yeah, Cody, you haven't seen it? Ooh, man, this is mind-blowing. It even makes calls. It makes calls in the airport frequency for you, because it's assuming you're incapacitated. You passed out as a pilot, and your passenger, who has no idea how to fly, is alive and can press a button. So there's a button that says, hey, did your pilot die, or is your pilot incapacitated and you want to survive? Press this button. I'll get us to the ground, including everything. All right. You guys haven't seen this. This is an insane demo. Oh, yeah, the Naval Aviator, right, Luxionica? That's awesome, man. That's awesome that you stayed. He was really, really cool. Naughty Gnome, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Coldy, yep. Yep. All right, here we go.
You know, I've been flying airplanes for over 30 years and immersed in avionics technology for almost as long. I thought I've seen it all, but that was until Garmin invited me out to their Olathe, Kansas hangar this past summer to fly with autonomy. Now, Garmin's autonomy is several layers of autonomous automation that includes the latest technology called emergency auto land. Now, let's click our heels and go back out to Kansas to get a look at this system. This trip's going to be worth it.
It is a TBM, yeah. Or Meridian. No, I think it's a Meridian. And look, so far so good. We're very familiar with this. Very familiar with this, right? That's the Garmin PFD. You see the runway there because he has synthetic vision, of course. Here's our map. They have some options that we don't have yet in our Garmins. That maybe we'll get, right? But this is the Garmin we know. Yeah, it's the 3000. Yeah. Look, with the touch controls that we have to, right?
Yeah, we're airborne off the New Century Air Center in Kansas. I'm with Garmin's
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a refill on my coffee.
From Garmin's Flight Ops in the brand new Piper M600 single engine turboprop. Now get this, I'm going to press a button on the instrument panel and I'm going to hand command over to the airplane. It's going to put the aircraft in emergency auto land. It's going to find the nearest suitable runway, put itself on the runway and stop. And before we do that, let's go back down to the ground and talk to Garmin's Phil Straub to learn a little bit more about this technology and where it came from. And then we'll come back up here to the cockpit and I'm going to press that magic emergency auto land button.
Okay. Well, the genesis of autonomy auto land really was many years ago.
We noticed that the convergence of many different technologies were coming together, and it enabled us to do what we conceived doing many years ago. When you think about what a pilot does, they aviate, they navigate, and they communicate. And when we translate those functions to the automation in the airplane, we look at the autopilot as the aviate portion of that sequence. We certainly are known for our navigation capability, precise navigation enabled by WAAS and SBAS across the world. And then we look at communicate. We have many communications radios. They're software enabled so that we can enable transmissions by software control, and we can send messages through those radios to communicate what we want to communicate. So when you bring all those together, we realize we have a lot of the building blocks of what a pilot takes for granted, or almost normally does, as part of his role. But we got to thinking, what happens, when the pilot, for whatever reason, can't perform his normal function? I'm a pilot. I fly business colleagues on the airplane, fly many other people on the airplane, including my own family for personal transportation. As a pilot, we have the role, the obligation, and responsibility to take them safely where they're going and get them on the ground. But you think about, what if something prevented that? And that really was the genesis of autonomy Autoland that we're talking about here today. One way to characterize the system here is it's a system designed to work around a functioning airplane. We kind of simply say sometimes bad pilot, good airplane. So if the pilot is not able to do that function, we have the system's capability here to take over and do that to the extent the pilot needs the automation to help supplement their ability to land that airplane safely. So that's how we like to think about what we're doing here.
So Eric, before we engage the emergency auto land, what might we expect once we do hand the command over to the airplane?
So once you press the button and like you said, the command is handed over to the airplane, it's going to go into a level mode. It'll run a algorithm to find the nearest suitable airport. Once it finds that airport, it's going to navigate to that airport. It'll communicate on frequency, tell ATC that we're headed to that airport, and then it'll conduct an auto land where it automatically deploys the flaps and gears and gets us down to the runway and stops on the runway.
What? Flaps, gear?
What you'll see as a passenger is we'll announce on the system what the airplane is going to do and what you need to do as a passenger, which is nothing. You just need to sit back and let the airplane do what it's been set up to do, and it'll get you down the nearest suitable airport.
It's got retractable landing gear, and the auto land system is going to take care of everything. It's got auto throttles, and everything is automated.
Correct. It's got
I love that
it'll
movie.
manage your power and your speed. We also manage the landing gear and the deployment of the flaps, as well as the pressurization
Right,
controls.
Barn? Hey, Barn.
And,
Good to see you, man.
What if we were too high to make a landing? What would the system do to make sure that we're at the right altitude and right speed to commence the approach?
So the system will do its best to get down to a suitable airport, and then once it does, if it is too high, it'll continue in a holding pattern until it's established on the right airspeed and right altitude to make a transition to landing. So once the system is activated, it's going to go into
Totally different.
predefined speeds via the FMS. We're going to accelerate probably to about 200 knots,
Mr. Pilot.
and then we'll come downhill, descending at about 230 knots. Gets us down safely and efficiently, and gets us set up for our landing.
And for folks watching at home, we're in cruise flight at
Big guy.
4,500 feet, and we're showing 180 knots. And I'm going to go ahead and press the button.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I think so too, Citizen. I think for taxis, yeah, we're going to see self-driving cars
Activated.
in our lifetime.
The emergency auto land system is controlling the aircraft and will land at the safest nearby airport. Please remain calm. Avoid touching the flight controls, which may interfere with auto land. Your destination is shown on the bottom of the left and right displays.
Look at that. Look at that. It highlights what not to touch when it says don't interfere with the controls. It's smart, right? It knows that it's talking to non-pilots. And how about showing where it's going to land? Because remember, it's selecting the airport by itself. You don't know where it's going. So it's telling the person, like, hey, we are going to land in, whatever.
Avoid touching
Oklahoma
the flight
City.
controls, which may interfere with auto land.
Well, okay,
Your
Mort.
destination
There.
is shown on the bottom of the left and right
you're right.
displays. Your estimated time to landing is shown on the top of all 3 displays. Emergency Auto Land has already informed air traffic control of your situation. If you would like to talk to air traffic control, adjust your microphone so it's clear and close to your mouth. Like a walkie-talkie, press and hold the talk button on the screen in the center console. Release it when you are done talking. Speak clearly and slowly so the microphone can pick up your voice. After the conclusion of this video, you will hear regular automated broadcasts updating air traffic control of your location.
Look, it's telling you that it's talking to ATC. Please wait, like, hey, you can't talk right now because I'm talking to ATC. When I'm done, I will enable the button for you so that you can scream.
So you can see it's calculated a route to the airport, avoiding terrain and obstacles and weather. And we're going to descend to get configured for a landing. The GPS approach gives us the lateral and vertical guidance necessary to get down to the runway that the system selected.
This is a G3000 system in this Piper M600. The primary flight displays have really been dumbed down. Basically, it just shows speed and altitude, and of course, there's attitude data.
Exactly.
Why
Paul.
we made the PFD so simple? Just so.
Look, landing in 7 minutes, approaching destination airport. The airplane is maneuvering for the final approach and landing. Several turns may be made to lose altitude before descending to the runway. This is huge, right? Building the expectation, the correct expectation with the desperate non-pilot passenger that is now panicking inside this aircraft, perhaps dealing with a dead pilot, right? So they're trying to be very simple, but communicate at the same time. So they're saying, if you see a lot of turns, don't worry, because why? They may see the airport they're landing at out the window, but the plane is not flying to it. So they're like, oh my God, it's not working. It's not. No. Listen, it's okay. Ensure your seatbelt is tight. Stow any loose articles. Prepare to land.
So a non-pilot can decipher it at a glance.
Exactly. A non-pilot can easily see, hey, if ATC asks, what's my speed? What's my altitude? Where's my airport? You know, so they don't have to worry about the engine data, the different courses, and
I know, right, big guy?
Easily see what's going on.
Now, this aircraft, of course, is pressurized, and the system will take care of cabin pressurization as well.
Affirmative. It will take care of cabin pressurization, so it will manage all the pressurization controls.
That's
so
right.
now we're in a descent.
That's right,
we're doing about 230 knots indicated, descending at 4,500 feet for this approach.
Yes, Janek.
Typical speed for a descent?
This aircraft, the Piper has it configured to descend at about 230 knots.
Yes, Janek. So this, we're watching a Garmin Auto Land system that Garmin is just getting done certifying and is going to start installing in a bunch of aircraft, right? And it's a system for non-pilots if the pilot became incapacitated, because often in planes this small, there's only one pilot on board. There's not two. And so if something happens to the pilot, can the passenger land the aircraft? And you've seen the stories. Oh, non-pilot passenger lands an aircraft. Wow, that's an amazing story. But often that's not how it goes, right? So what if we just use the technology we have to have the plane auto land? But the non-pilot has to initiate it. So there's basically a button that the pilot will brief to know, hey, if I become incapacitated, there's a big red button here at the top. Hit that button. The plane will find an airport and land itself. Right? That's what we're watching, is the demo of the plane doing that.
And then it'll slow appropriately for the next the different segments on the approach.
Will the handle go down or no?
I'm sorry,
the handle
Dave.
won't go down,
okay.
But the passengers won't need to do anything. But once we exit that hold, the gear and flap will come down, and they'll be gear down and locked.
It does, DC, yeah.
Yeah, we won't hear it on this demo, but the system will.
Yeah, so basically, A2W, what it will do is it will pick an airport, right? It knows the frequencies for that airport. And so it will pick those frequencies and transmit, and I think it does it in all the airport frequencies, that this is an emergency, auto land, coming in. We're at this location, like 7 miles southwest of the airport. We're coming in for a runway, blah, blah, blah. We're expecting to land in 7 minutes, right? That's the sort of calls it's making. When you see this informing air traffic control, that's what the system is doing. The system is broadcasting to that airport that this is an emergency. And so it doesn't know if the airport is getting people out of the way or not. But it's assuming that because it's broadcasting it's an emergency, that's what's happening. Or if it's a non-controlled airport, it's still using those frequencies. So anybody around that airport in those frequencies should hear, oh my God, there's an emergency plane coming in. Auto land. What? Oh, I'll get out of here. I'll get out of your way. Right? Yes, changes transponder to emergency also. Yeah, it does everything. It literally does everything you need to do.
Will auto announce on the radios.
Yes, it'll announce on the radios where it is, what airport it's heading to, and it'll let the ATC know that there's a possible pilot incapacitation, so that hopefully emergency services can be on their way.
Now the throttle handle won't move on the auto throttle.
Which one's legendary?
What it'll do is on
Ricky.
short final, it'll come back, it'll retard.
Oh, hold on,
to,
Tricky. I didn't see your
idle.
answers, buddy.
Okay.
And then that's
About how flying is
the end of
going.
the throttle movement.
Felt the
Scroll up,
change in
see if you
pitch.
answered.
Both the flaps and the landing gear come down at the same time.
Affirmative. They're both down and locked, and we're ready for a landing now.
Good, man.
Approaching
You're busy
the runway,
flying.
we'll
Good
be
stuff.
crabbed into
Okay,
the
good.
wind.
That's great.
And then once we get into the
That's great,
flare
dude.
maneuver, we'll decrab the airplane and align with the runway heading, and so we're pointed straight down the down the runway.
And it will apply braking.
And it will apply braking. So after we do touchdown and it's detected
It
we're
brakes.
on the ground, then we'll come to a stop.
500.
And that's the
Officer
500-foot
Wolf.
call out, and the screen shows that 2 miles remaining. And
Well-
tells the passengers that we're landing in 1 minute.
So Officer has a good question, right? Hello, Officer, by the way. Officer, I don't know. Are you new here, buddy? I don't recognize the name. I see. Huh, okay. Anyways, hello, welcome in. But I think I think I've seen that name maybe. Anyways, I'm assuming that they will need to communicate with ATC for practice and verification of the system manually, like approaches. What Officer is saying is, if you are an IFR instrument rated pilot, right? Every year you have a minimum number of approaches that you have to shoot in either real IMC in the soup or with simulated IMC, where you put the little hood on so you can't see out the window, you can only see the instruments. Then you have a safety pilot with you. But you need to show that, or because you were working as a pilot, you shot approaches during the year. So you just have a minimum number of approaches you have to shoot a year. It's the same with landings. Every month you have to have a minimum number of landings. Anyways, just to keep proficiency, right? So his question is, are they going to require this system to be practiced also, right? And I don't know, Officer. That's actually part of the certification process. When an OEM like Garmin comes to the FAA and says, hey, we got this idea, we got a new thing, we want to certify this. And that's the FAA's responsibility, is to come up with, one of the things they do is to come up with training requirements for that, if there are any, right? So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I stop by and lurk a lot, but just wanted to comment on this system. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate the lurk. Really do. It's great to hear from you, though. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what. It's not fully certified yet, so we'll see once the certification is done. And that's, by the way, that's why certification takes a while, is because a lot of these things being done in certification haven't been done before. It's a new type of aircraft. It's a new technology. It's a new system. So it takes time for people to experience it, right? Go fly, go fly, go fly. Not just to catch the bugs, but to think like, training requirements like what we're talking about. How often do you think pilots would have to practice this to know how to use it? Well, pilots are not going to use it. It's for passengers. So do we need to, but what I'm saying is some of those decisions are only able to be taken when you've had enough seat time with the system, when you've used the system enough, right? So you can't sit on day one and say, the training requirement for this is going to be this. No, you can propose. You can say, look, based on how we designed the system and our experience with similar systems, we think the training requirement is going to look something like this. Okay, great. That's a target. And then you start validating that. And more often, way more often than not, what happens during certification is you realize, okay, we got to change a few things here in this training. We didn't think about this, or wow, look at this thing that happened. Or this wasn't enough, etc. Hello, In a Box, man. How are you, sir? 13 months. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. All right, so you guys want the link to this video. Let me... Oh, hold on. Somebody posted? Ah, Icebird. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Is that the same video that I'm posting here? Thanks, Icebird. It's an emergency system, so no pilot. Anything doing the job is better than nothing, I think. Right, great. I agree. Could you prevent the worst situation, not just incapacitated pilots? What's the worst situation, FW? You know? Define worst situation. In case of pilot incapacitation, this system is probably the best chance for survival, even if it doesn't work perfectly. Yeah, probably. The Cirrus Vision is auto-land technology that's certified. It's this technology here, Killswitch, but I did not know that it was already certified. Really, that's awesome. Because I've seen it used on the Vision, but it was also a test flight. It was like 6 months ago, a year. No, it was like a year ago. I didn't know they got it certified. That's awesome. Overtaking cockpit. I don't know, FW. That's tricky because you still have to press that button. What if they know about the button, they don't want you to press the button? Who knows? Let's see how it does on the landing here. Does the emergency landing knows the airport's NOTAMs, for example, runway closed due to maintenance? Probably not, Dexter.
Short final, 100 knots over the fence at 1,200 feet on the approach, and we're just about to come over the runway threshold.
There's the flare. 2.5 degrees of flare or so, maybe 3. Touchdown. Oh, not maintaining center line perfectly. Now it's correcting. It realized it. Now it's bringing it back. So, for example, this right here, not maintaining center line, this could easily be GPS variation.
Rolling out, and
right?
the system is
or
applying
it could be
brakes.
just tuning of the system. Gamer, yeah, right? Crazy how good our sim looks.
System is advising passengers to
Prepare
keep
to
hands
exit.
and feet away from the controls as we come to a stop on the runway.
Wait for aircraft and propeller to stop before exiting the aircraft.
Opening door.
There we are.
Press the black button on the seatbelt receiver to unbuckle your belt. To open the door, pull the silver latch and rotate the handle upwards. Push the top portion of the door outward.
Don't know, Howie. That's a great idea, though.
Once the top portion of the door is open,
Oh, yeah.
a second latch will
It
be
shuts down
visible on
everything.
the top center panel. Lift the latch up and to the left. While holding onto one of the side cords, gently push down on the bottom portion of the door to fully open the cabin.
It has to shut the engine off because it's not safe to let a non-pilot out of a plane with a big propeller like that spinning up front or a jet engine, anything, right? They're non-pilots, man. They're in shock, right? You can't let those people walk out of a plane with an engine working. So he has to shut down the engine.
Absolutely flawless automatic landing with an instrument approach. Stopped on the runway. About a scratch on the airplane.
Now, could be the situation where the pilot's hypoxic, the people on board. So the system activates, descends to a lower altitude, and at that point, maybe the pilot comes back to consciousness. So the system can easily be deactivated as well, again, with the press of a button to say, no, we no longer want this automation in place. And it's designed that way to be a safety net around the occupants of the airplane to help out to the extent needed, but not to do more than what is needed.
Yeah,
to
I wouldn't say
safely return
flawless.
the airplane to landing. I get the question about, can this system
Yeah,
be
but Kelly,
retrofitted?
at that point, it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
It has. Certainly, there's
I
nothing
mean,
that
the thing saved
technically
your life,
prevents it.
got you to a
We
runway.
need a good
Like,
autopilot, navigation
smooth touchdown is not a concern.
communications capability, and then we do think of some ancillary things, like maybe I need to lower the landing gear, and maybe
know,
need to
officer.
stop the airplane on the runway. But some of those things are
Here's a Cirrus.
to varying degrees dependent or not for some airplanes. Fixed gear airplanes, obviously a little bit more simple. Maybe lighter airplanes may not even need braking capability on a long runway. So there's variables
Which
that will
simplifies the installation of the system, right? Think about it. If, here in the United States, there's a lot of airports with big runways, right? So you could have a system that says, hey, this system doesn't auto brake the aircraft, but we know that when you land a Cirrus, it lands at whatever, 80 knots when it touches down. And if you bring the power to idle, it normally stops in 4,000 feet, right? With a flat runway. So as long as we have 8,000 feet runways or more, which you have everywhere in the United States, you're good. So yeah, I can see what they're thinking here. It's really interesting.
will make it either easier or harder to bring this to the aftermarket. We haven't made commitments at this point, but we think it's technically possible to do, and we're excited about that. We're working directly with FAA and EASA on this, and they've been great partners. They recognize the opportunity. I think people always ask the question, what about, or it's easy to say no, but we had to work together to find solutions of how can we do this? How do we say yes? You know, what's really unique here with this is airplanes have had the ability to land themselves for many years. You've probably ridden on commercial airliners that can actually do that under some conditions.
What's unique about this is now with the touch of a button, a passenger can land the airplane. Very different than what the world has known before, and it's making it so much more accessible to such a broader range of aviation and aircraft.
What you see here is the emergency auto landing system flying a second-generation Cirrus Vision jet.
There we go.
Now, Cirrus calls the system Safe Return, and the company said it plans to deliver 2020 models with the Safe Return as standard. That's
this video is from
Piper
2019.
Said the
This video is 2 years old.
M600 SLS models include Autoland as part of the Halo package. This airplane is priced at $2.994 million, and other than the typical 2% model year price hike, Piper said the Autoland capability didn't raise the selling price at all.
By the way, 2.99 million. That's the millionaire equivalent of me buying something for $14.99. Yeah, right. Oh, man. All right. So, very interesting. Very interesting. Right? Yeah, Ewald, I know. Here's Smart Glide. This is pretty awesome too. This is much simpler, by the way, much simpler. This you can install in any aircraft without adding hardware. It's just software. It's a software update. It's awesome.
General aviation is both efficient and enjoyable, but for even the most proficient pilot, an in-flight engine failure will come as a surprise. If it happens to you, you now have a helping hand. It's Garmin Autonomy featuring Smart Glide.
Can I just say, it's 2021. Do we still need to be so hip that we misspell words to be cool? Like, are we still really doing that? Come on, boomer.
After an engine failure or even a partial reduction in power, you face the urgent, workload-intensive job of flying the aircraft, managing the emergency, and communicating your situation. It can be all the more serious when you're flying in unfamiliar areas or in IMC. Smart Glide can help save you precious time while helping to reduce that workload, so you can focus attention on other essential tasks while helping to reduce that workload.
What is under his belly here? You see that? At first, I saw the light side and I said, oh, that's a belly skid. Some planes have a dorsal skid so that if you have to do a belly landing, instead of ruining the entire bottom of the aircraft, you just eat up that ski, and then you just replace that. But then as he turns, I saw that, first of all, it's not centered, and normally a ski like that is centered, a skid. And there's a rectangular black part there. I don't know where Donico, if it isn't, it could be an antenna, but it's not a conventional antenna.
Focus attention on other essential tasks and returning to the ground safely. The system activates with a touch of a single button on the panel.
Smart Glide active.
Or through the GTN XI series now.
Do you already see what it's doing? What is it doing already, guys? Maybe, Dexter. It's something unconventional, for sure. Terrorist detector. Oh, my God. Glide range, that's right. That's correct. Phlox, what's going on, buddy? Plotting glide range, that's right. And it's taking, look, both terrain as well as wind into account. How awesome is that?
Navigator. Once activated, the system displays a glide range ring on GTN XI and other compatible displays and indicates the nearest suitable airport for an emergency landing based on the aircraft's
Absolutely. But has anybody done that before this? Yes. Austin Meyer from X-Plane actually did this for his Rio avionics and his Rio aircraft. But that's not a big commercial product. This is going to be available to everybody with a Garmin system in the world. Why does it take so long, David? Because, right, it's just math. Why didn't we do this from the get-go? Certification. It just takes forever. And forever, what I mean is certification processes are usually at least a year long. Often longer than that. So it takes a lot of money. Which means it's not a matter of, can Garmin do this? Yeah, they could have done this from day one. The question is, can they make the money back? Unfortunately, that's always the driving force in new equipment for certified aircraft. Because certification is very expensive. Here in the United States, in Europe, doesn't matter. Certification takes a long time, therefore, and a lot of people, therefore it becomes very expensive. So you always have to have, as a business, the ability to make that money back. If it's going to be a feature that you can't charge enough for or won't be as popular, or both, then you don't invest in it.
Estimated glide range, as well as a list of alternates you can choose from to pick your preferred airport. Or it alerts you if it estimates no airports are within glide range. If an airport is available, SmartGlide plots a route to the selected airport. SmartGlide engages your Garmin autopilot in indicated airspeed mode to follow the route, descend at best glide speed, and begin navigation.
This is wonderful CGI. The fact they put a shadow of the plane on top of the magenta line is an amazing touch to make this more realistic. Just a side comment, I love that.
To the selected airport.
That was a great touch.
Or you can hand fly the route using guidance on the GTN XI and Garmin flight display.
Oh, you can hand fly it, which is awesome.
SmartGlide displays critical information needed to help you land at unfamiliar airports, including runway information.
No guy name. It's a real development that Garmin has for their equipment.
Available. It also provides oral updates of your progress.
Airport, 10 o'clock, 2.
Problem there is the FAA didn't certify the plane. The FAA did, or sorry, Boeing did. Yes. It was a mistake by the FAA, surely. But the FAA allowed Boeing to self-certify a huge portion of the 737 MAX. It's not as bad, but it's almost as, here, convicted felon, you go ahead and choose your own sentence. Yeah, exactly, Calgi. Nothing. That's going to work every single time.
Miles.
It loads that airport's CTAF frequency into your primary radio standby position,
right? Because you got to
make
calls.
Provides a shortcut to squawking the emergency code on your compatible transponder.
Nice.
And the autopilot flies you near the airport so you can resume control and land the aircraft.
Remarkable. Yeah, just math, but still remarkable, right?
That's autonomy, featuring SmartGlide. Only from Garmin.
All right. One more because it fits the topic. And also because I think, Rookie, you asked about this, right? I think you asked about this. Autonomous taxiing, autonomous takeoff. His hands are on the controls in case of an abort, but he's not actually doing anything. So look, here's the computer vision of what's happening, and here's the algorithm, right? So just like watching those Tesla videos, you can see what the computer sees and how it's making decisions. Oh yeah, DC. Yeah. Not the 320s, but everything after. Yeah, as an option. Look at it identifying... Hold on. Look at the algorithm identifying markings on the runway and runway. Look, that's a center line, I think, from a parallel runway. I know, right, Goldie? But look at that. This guy's like, there's no way he's not going to rotate. I know this guy. I've flown with him before. I got to prompt him. Hey, buddy. Hey, take your hands off. He still has his hands on. He's like, I don't trust it. I don't know. This thing. It is muscle memory. Yep. It's definitely muscle memory. Yeah, that's right. So Airbus is now testing an automatic taxi from the gate to the runway and then auto takeoff. Do I have to tell you where this is going? Okay. I figured I didn't. Yeah, Rodonico. I mean, that's obviously where we're headed, right? Obviously. Obviously. That's where we're headed. Okay. Okay, Hall, open the door, please. Exactly, big guy. Exactly. All right. So, Yeah, you thought we were done. Negatory! We haven't, or we have barely started. All right. Yeah, David Lewis, I know, right? Barley, I know, man. Who knows? Who knows, right? It's getting real good at navigating turns in the track. Oh my god. All right, so here we go. Look, standard takeoff minimums under FAA for Part 121 and 135 operators, and sometimes we'll see when the sometimes applies. Part 91 operators. DC. This is back to there are sometimes 777 if you're still here too. There are sometimes standard take or minimums for takeoff under Part 91. Okay. Standard takeoff minimums under IFR are the following: 1 and 2 engines, 1 statute mile visibility; 3 or more engines, half statute mile visibility; helicopters, half statute mile visibility. Okay? No ceiling. We don't care. I just need to see the runway to stay on it until I rotate. After I rotate, I don't need visuals. I'm looking at my instruments, right? I'm in an IFR environment. I'm good. I know what to do. Goldie. This is for Part 121, Part 135. Remember, this is airlines. This is charters. Air taxi. You rent a plane to take you somewhere. Okay. Unless carrier specific, because remember, there could be your own approval, because you went and proved to the FAA you can have even lower minimums. Okay, the FAA will play ball if you can prove they can be safe. FAA approved operating specifications. This requires a tiny bit of explanation. If you are a commercial operator in the United States, be it an airline 121 or a charter operator 135, you need to have operating specifications. More often, it's called op specs, right? This is the Bible that tells the FAA how your operation works. And it's pretty in depth. You can't just, we just fly the planes. No. You have to have op specs, and it includes, for example, special minimums you may have approved with the FAA. Part 121 and Part 135 operators must comply with these standard takeoff minimums. So again, unless,
for 4 months,
right? Unless your op specs allows it, you have to comply with standard takeoff minimums. Krilakov, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you very much for that Prime sub, buddy. Thank you. There's a huge fundamental change in certification audits in aviation, even in Europe. Now authorities are certifying the intern certifying system of the airlines. Oh, internal, I think. Certifying system of the airlines, not the airline itself. Audits still exist, but less frequently. It's less expensive for states. Interesting. Whoa.
Bob Salty Kofi just resubscribed for 3 months, because I'm learning every time I'm on this stream, so this is my little contribution for the lessons.
Bob, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. So if you have op specs that allow lower minimums, great. If not, you have to comply with this. Yes, that means if you're an airline operating a 2-engine aircraft and the visibility is lower than a mile, you can't go. Wow, that's pretty limiting. So you can see how a lot of airlines would have a huge interest in saying, can we have our own minimums here? Can we prove that we can do stuff, right? And so you've already seen 2 examples in chat. We have 777 flying a 777 for a big airline, and we have Hero flying a 777 for a big airline, but different airlines, right? Well, 777's airline, minimum for takeoff is 125 meters visibility, period. That's it. If it's above that, you can go. If it's below that, you're not going. Well, Hero's airline, it's 75 meters at certain airports, so way lower than 125. 75 meters at some airports, but then other airports, those are the exceptions. Other airports, it's 150. So way lower than 1 mile, right? Way lower. Yeah, because they proved to the regulatory authorities that, hey, we can consistently operate with these visibilities and do it safely, right? So you can look at this and think, look, this is the basic recipe. Basic recipe. You can improve the recipe a lot, but you have to prove that you know how to cook. If you prove you know how to cook, the FAA is going to let you have different numbers here. Does that make sense? He would have mentioned an Airbus pilot, but he realized they don't actually fly. Oh, Hiro with the savage comments. Oh my god, dude, with one phrase, you slayed all Airbus pilots in the chat or otherwise. Oh, Hiro, that was good, man. Mm-hmm. He is, DC. You can tell. Yeah, Hiro, those be fighting words. All right. Now, check this out. Check this out. Yeah, DC, thank you, buddy. Thank you, man. 500 bits. Let's go. Oh my god, Rodonico continuing the savagery. Jesus. Air carrier op specs will likely state that the visibility must be a station reported value or measured in terms of runway visual range. Station reported meaning it's an official, right? There's not a guy out there measuring this and coming up to the company and say, hey, it looks like it's about 1,000 meters. Station reported. Or measured in terms of RVR, right? There is equipment to measure RVR, and it's not going to be reported in miles, it's reported in meters, but you can use it, and most of the charts will show both. Kelly. Well, I guess I won't use highlight my text anymore, it's a waste. I don't think I know what you guys are talking about there. All right, so, yeah, here's some op specs, right? In most cases, these IFR takeoff minimums do not apply to pilots flying under Part 91, except, here's the huge except, if the pilot is assigned and accepts a published departure procedure, a SID, that includes takeoff minimums. And as soon as I read this, I go, well, that makes sense, right? Because there's two things that you need to think about here. Number one, when ATC assigns you, Joey, what's going on, buddy?
Joey below 77 just resubscribed for 6 months.
I know. I can't cover the text. Joey, thank you very much for that, dude. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Oh my god, Hiro with the 10 subs. Hiro, thank you very much, man. Haha. Thank you, man. I haven't had a few subs like that in a while, so I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you so much.
Off Brandad just resubscribed for 2 months. Hero in
You know
Hong
what?
Kong
I need a way to
tier
see
1
hype
subs
trains.
off
I
Brandad.
changed my chat, and I love the new chat, but it doesn't show hype trains, and I don't go back to my dashboard all the time to be able to see that there's a hype train that's close. Come on, man. Come on. How do I do that? How do I see a hype train not being on the dashboard page? I'm not sure if taking into account damage, but I'd be surprised if they operate outside the manufacturer's flight model. I still don't know what Kaz and Coldy and DC are talking about.
Dr. Donar just resubscribed for 2 months. Hero in Hong
Fabio
Kong
reception right there, yeah. Hero, that was
Dr.
awesome. Thank you, buddy. I
Donar.
really do appreciate that, Hero. It makes a huge difference, man. Thank you. The evil Fabio.
Danology
Nice.
UK just resubscribed for 2
I know,
months.
Ninja,
Hero
and I don't
in
get
Hong
it. Like,
Kong
how,
gifted
you know.
a tier 1 sub to Danology UK.
So, guys, two things, right? A lot of pilots, I think, forget this after they train and get their IFR license. Also because, way more often than not, you do accept a SID. I mean, you're gonna follow the SID. If you're given a SID, you're gonna follow a SID, right?
Hero in Hong Kong gifted a tier 1
Kirk.
sub to Faken_E69.
Hey, Kirk. Thank you, buddy. How you doing, man? It's good to hear from you.
Wolfski36 just resubscribed for 2 months.
Can you see that this
Hero in
message
Hong
highlighted?
Kong
Yes.
gifted a tier 1 sub to
Yes, that is kind of what they're
Wolfski36.
talking about. Okay. Interesting, Peter. Yeah, I can see the highlights. As far as I know, guys, Chatterino, which I'm using for chats now, right? It does everything the normal chat does. So highlights, everything comes through, right? All the emotes, all the stuff. Except for those, I don't know, pop-ups that we get in chats, right? Thanks, Kirk. I really do appreciate that, buddy. Thanks, man. Yeah, right. I can see the highlights. There you go, Cobra. The only thing it doesn't show is the pop-ups that show the hype train or raid, etc. Oh, with 1,000. Thank you, buddy. Holy moly. Let's go. Sue, thank you very much for that tier 1, man. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. You guys are fantastic, actually. All right. So, when you are assigned a SID, you call for clearance. Papa Tango Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot. With information, Golf, looking for IFR to New Orleans. Right? Call for clearance. Okay. When I get that clearance, more than likely, it's IFR. I'm going to get a standard instrument departure, right? A SID. Guys, you do not have to accept a SID. Yes, ATC does control your route, but the one thing they cannot force you to do is to accept a SID, right? Now, like I said, 99.9% of the times, you have no reason to not accept it. You're going to accept it, right? Helps you, helps ATC, it makes sense. That's how you get out of here. But if you have a reason not to accept it, you don't have to. I just found out another reason today. Reason is, if you accept this SID, guess what? You're Part 91, right? Doesn't matter. You are now going to have to comply with the takeoff minimums of that SID. Of that SID. Can SIDs have takeoff minimums? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, that's why we're sitting in Hartford right now. So let's have a look. Here's Hartford, right? We're sitting at the ramp somewhere, probably in the middle here. Couple of runways, but that's not what I'm interested in, right? What I'm interested in is here on the SID. We have the Coastal 9 departure out of Hartford. Okay, let's have a look at what this departure is like. It's a SID for Hartford, Connecticut. It's chart 10-3. Issued 6 August 21, effective 12 August, so it's pretty new, couple months old, right? Has your usual, transition altitude, rate required. Okay, initial departure headings are predicated on avoiding noise-sensitive areas, so basically stick to it. Okay, great. Look at this. Takeoff obstacle notes. See takeoff obstacle notes page. We have another chart here that has takeoff obstacle notes. Okay? All right. Then look at what it says. This SID requires takeoff minimums. For standard minimums, refer to airport chart. Okay. Runway 2, standard. Or lower than standard if authorized, like you have your op specs and allows lower than standard, great. Otherwise, it's standard. All right. So far, so good, right? Lefty with 500 bits. Thank you very much, Lefty. I appreciate that. Let's see what Steve's saying. Kaz asking, in the case of an airplane damage or malfunction mechanical problems with these systems, adjust for it. Ah, got it, Kaz. Okay, thank you. I want to thank everyone for helping me. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. We have an amazing community, Kaz. Amazing community around here. So thanks, community. You guys are truly awesome. Yeah, Kaz, I think it's too early to answer that. Systems like that are also customizable, so it's possible that it does in one aircraft and doesn't in the other. I don't know. So, runway 2 is standard. What's standard? Remember. Whoops, wrong one. Standard, it depends on the engines you have, right? Here we go. 1 and 2 engines, it's 1 mile. 3 or more, it's half a mile. Okay, that's standard. All right, got it. But look at runway 11 and runway, or 11 and 29. Not authorized environmental. Oh, okay. So I can't use those. Okay. How about runway 20? Oh, 200-138. Okay. Rodonico. Also, I think your takeoff calculations determine your runway. Well, not only that, Paul. The weather and your takeoff calculations, right? Because obviously you want to take off into the wind if you can, but you also need a runway big enough to do that. So in this case, right? Let's say the prevailing wind is this way. Well, that's great, but we're not going to take off on runway 23 with a business jet, for example, right? We could do it in 4,400 feet. We can't do it in 23. So we're going to take off runway, 20 today. You see what I'm saying? So those things come into play, right? Okay, so. 2 slider, you got it, man. So here we go, right? Here is a minimum that's not standard, 1 3/8. Well, if I had 1 or 2 engines, it was a mile. And if I had 3 or more engines, it was actually half a mile. Not on runway 20. Nope. And they added a ceiling too. So now you have a takeoff minimum that requires a ceiling instead of just visibility. And you have higher visibility, right? Almost 50% higher than needed. Or you can use standard or lower than standard for authorized with a minimum climb of 220 per nautical mile to 300 feet. Or alternatively, standard, lower than standard for authorized, and a normal 200 per nautical mile climb gradient, but the takeoff must occur no later than 1,500 feet prior to departure end of the runway. Holy moly. Wow. This just went 3 levels higher. Right? Hold on. See, I'm missing these hype trains, man. Level 4, let's go, everybody. Oh my God, that's amazing. So let's see here. When these airport reported weather conditions exist, does the tower not close that runway? No, 777. No, because if you're part 91, and you're not flying a SID that changes your minimums, you go whenever you want. That runway is always open for you as part 91 if you're not taking a SID that has takeoff minimums in it. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay, cool. It's about the obstacles, yes. It is about the obstacles, right? So, we have 3 different minimums here. The first minimum is very simple. Hey, this runway has a higher takeoff minimum. As a matter of fact, we added a ceiling also. So now you have to have a ceiling where we didn't before. It was just visibility. And your visibility just went to 1 mile and 3/8, no matter what it had been with standard. Right? Fine. Then you have that or higher, you can just go. Let's say you don't. Let's say today is it's 1 mile and 1/8. You're like, oh crap, that's lower than this. And the ceiling is lower. So you're like, I can't go. No. You can use standard, but now you have to guarantee a minimum climb gradient of 220 feet per nautical mile to 300 feet of altitude. Okay, so that's the second option. Yeah, I know, 777. It's very different. Very different. And it's not just airline. It's the United States, right? In Europe, I'm pretty sure everybody has takeoff minimums. I don't think private aircraft in Europe can do what they do here and take off with no minimums. I'm pretty sure in Brazil it's the same. But, you know. Yeah, Mr. Pilot, exactly. All right. By the way, why does it say 220 per nautical mile to 300? What is standard climb gradients? And now we're not talking takeoff minimums. Takeoff minimums, remember, is visibility only. We just need to see the runway. Now, once you get in the air, we're worried about obstacles and hitting obstacles that we can't see. So we need a certain climb gradient, right? What is the standard minimum climb gradient for instrument flight? Does anybody know? Cold Nebo, yeah. Where'd you see that too, Cold Nebo? Where are you looking? In IFRFlight. Got it. The one Mayu said before, no, Rodonico, those are takeoff minimums. And I know it's confusing. Right? So remember, for takeoff, the only thing you need is visibility so you can see the runway and stay on the runway, hopefully, during the takeoff. Okay? All right. Now, we've taken off. We're in the air. We're talking about minimums again, but not visibility, because now we're in the soup. That's the assumption. So now, we need to worry about our climb, right? So we have a minimum climb gradient that we need to meet. And I was asking what that is for instrument flying. No. There's a minimum that everybody has to meet. If you're going to fly instruments, And you have to be able to climb at this rate or higher. Otherwise, we cannot ensure obstacle clearance from that airport. Meaning, otherwise, you may hit some terrain or some towers, something on the way up. Abnormal, already put in there, 3%, right? Or, and this is, I feel, better to remember because you can apply it a little bit easier to figure out what you need. 200 nautical mile, or 200 feet per nautical mile. 200 feet per nautical mile. That's it. You build a ramp that rises 200 feet for every mile you move forward, you're there. Right? Climb better than this, you're not going to hit anything. That is your minimum IFR climb gradient, 200 feet per nautical mile. That's why they say, okay, listen, we'll let you take off with standard minimums, which is 1 mile visibility for 2 engines or less, or half a mile for 3 engines or more. But the catch is your minimum climb gradient now has to be 220 feet per nautical mile up to 300 feet. And you're like, what? That's almost the same. Yeah, but it's not the same. So they're definitely worried about an obstacle that we have on the departure end of runway 20 here. Some sort of obstacle, could be terrain or not. So they either want you to have better visibility to be able to see, or climb a little quicker to get away from it. Is that making sense? Yeah, exactly, right? Or the third option is, okay, you can still have those standard mile 2 engines or less, half a mile 3 engines or more. And I don't need you to have more than 200 feet per nautical mile. So you can have standard, the normal 200 feet per nautical mile climb gradient. Except we now need to start that takeoff ramp because it's shallower, right? I needed it a little steeper. Because it's shallower, we got to start further back. So now you need to be off the ground at 1,500 feet before the runway ends. No, they have differentiation, 777. They have differentiation, yes. I'm keeping it simple, you know? All right, that also makes sense. If I take off earlier, a little bit earlier, even with a shallower climb, I should still be able to then clear whatever obstacles, right? So, pretty sort of complex departure here to decode in one reading, especially when we're just learning the subject of takeoff minimums. But I also thought it was a pretty good example, right? Because it had basically 3 different minimums for the same runway. And again, as part 91, if you're taking off out of here, IFR, but you're not using... Oh, Colchix! Great to see you, man. Thank you very much, Colchix. I appreciate that, buddy. If you don't get assigned the SID, you're just using an obstacle departure, which you can do, right? Then the visibility could be nothing, and you could still take off. But if you get assigned the Coastal 9 departure and you accept, even as part 91, now at least you need 1 mile of visibility to take off. That I didn't know until today, that 91 would still have to satisfy this. Amazing. Amazing. Makes total sense. Yes, it does. When you kind of sit down and think about it, it makes total sense. Yes, exactly. Exactly. By the way, what commercial operators will do, and this is for commercial operators, private operators don't have to do this. With multi-engine aircraft, a lot of commercial operators will say, hey, whatever that climb gradient is for that departure, let's see if we can satisfy it with 1 engine out. And if we can, fantastic, because, right, super safe. We'll launch, even if we lose an engine, we can still fly whatever the climb gradient was and still be safe and not hit any obstacles until we figure out what we're going to do, if we're going to come back or go somewhere else, right? But we can get safely away from the ground, even if we lose an engine. So, of course, you would love to have this climb gradient, whatever minimum climb gradient is needed, even if you lose an engine. But there are situations where you don't have that performance, right? If you lose an engine, you're going to have a worse climb gradient than this. Then what do you do? Well, then you have some options. You can have your own custom departures design, taking into account the obstacles that you're trying to avoid. And instead of being sort of a blanket of like, hey man, look, there's just a lot of terrain here, so we're just gonna say the minimum altitude is 3,100. No, it will look and say, well, look, there's a river here, so there's a valley. So if I could drive the aircraft into this valley and fly down the valley, then I can have a shallower climb gradient because I lost an engine and still not hit anything. Yeah, but you need a special departure for that. Well, technology, we can design that. Great. So you can have options, right? Does that make sense? I'm asking that a lot because a lot of this stuff is kind of confusing. All right. All right. So, for example, if ATC issues you a standard instrument departure procedure and you accept it, you must comply with the charted takeoff minimums. If the SID requires standard minimums, reference 91-175, that's the 1 mile or half mile. For anything else, you're obligated to follow what's published on the procedure. Ah, by the way, sorry, I was going to show you guys. Let's say that visibility right now is half a mile and you're a single engine. If you accept a Coastal 9, you can't depart because you're going to depart runway 20 and it's at least standard, that's a mile, you don't have that visibility. What do you do? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the airport page, right? Okay. Oh yeah, birds, hotspots, there's the airport. Oh look, there's a turf runway right there, that's great. Additional runway information, there's the length and lights, okay, got it. Oh, takeoff and obstacle departure procedure. Oh, okay. Runway 20, that's the one we're talking about, right? There it is, 201 and 3/8.
Just resubscribed for 2 months.
Two Slider.
Knees.
Hey, papi. Muchas gracias, papi. Two Slider, thank you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they have pappy. So, or if you have that climb gradient, 220 nautical miles to 300, then you can do this. But I don't have that climb gradient. Oh, sorry. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, right. Right. Okay, so I don't have that visibility today, and I don't have this climb gradient, let's say, right? Okay. So I can't go. No. You can't accept the SID, but look at this obstacle departure here. Runway 20, climbing left turn, heading 175 degrees to 1300 before turning right. That's it. This right here is my way out as a Part 91 operator, private operator. If the visibility is below the SID, gives me a way out without accepting the SID. Is it a good idea? Hey man, you can answer that. I'm not going to answer that because it also depends a lot on a lot of other factors, right? Whoa, Cobra, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. That's amazing. That is amazing. Giving out a tier 1 sub. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Okay. Back to SID having minimums, right? Ah, yes, this holds true for ODP's obstacle departures too. If you accept any instrument departure procedure, you must follow the required minimums for the procedure, even under Part 91. So wait a second. In this case, yes, and obstacle departure procedure. So you're screwed. In this case, they've included the obstacle departure procedure. They don't always. They don't always. In this case, they have, so you're screwed. You do need either that much visibility or you need this climb gradient to do this visibility here. 1 mile. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, what happened to DC? Just got an email from Amazon Web Services. They want to phone interview me for a job in one of their data centers. Oh, dude, that's awesome, DC. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations, man. All right. Yeah, in this case, oof, can't get out of here with less than 1 mile. Okay. Remember, if you can't meet the takeoff minimums or climb requirements, you have the option to decline the clearance and see what other options ATC has for you, right? In our case, I thought the obstacle departure was going to be the way out. Well, no, they included the obstacle departure. Instead of just saying takeoff minimums over here, right? It could have said just takeoff minimums and have obstacle departure down here, and then I don't have obstacle departure minimums, but they decided to include it in this one. So, screwed. All right. At large airports, you might be put on a hold for release for quite a while because you'll interfere with standard traffic flow. What they're saying is they didn't quite explain that this is linked to that. If you decline a SID because you're being smart about minimums, takeoff minimums, you want to get out, whatever, you decline the SID. That's a pain for the controllers, right? Because a SID funnels everybody out through certain paths, makes it a lot easier for ATC to control traffic, and it allows for a higher number of aircraft per minute, per hour, etc. because it's more organized. If you decline the SID, thank you. You what? Okay. You gotta say hi because of the hair. That looks amazing. Guys, you want to see Abby's new hair?
That puts me on the spot. It's not new hair.
You haven't done that in a while.
Okay. That's so uncomfortable.
Come on. It's not uncomfortable to say hi to Jack.
Oh, you guys put me on the spot like that. Hello.
Look at that hair. Get closer to the camera so they can see a little bit. Right here, say hi.
Hi. Sometimes I just get kind of shy.
I was gonna say, why are you shy all of a sudden?
Sometimes it's just when you guys, you put like a, it's when you, I just don't like being put on the spot like that.
You're dealing with it quite well.
Thanks. Hi guys. Hello. Thank you. Hello everyone. Thank you very much. My cheeks are hot, so I'm gonna go. Okay, bye. And this never looks good on camera because of the chroma key, but she brought me an amazing lunch. Check that out. So it's a flatbread pizza. Oh, pita bread. Okay, pita bread. What's on it? Oh, it's lentils. That avocado stuff.
Oh, so there's like avocado, almost like a guacamole. Lentils. Arugula. Tomatoes, everything bagel seasoning, lemon, red pepper flakes, wow, olive oil, oh my god, and then some watermelon and some grapes. Oh, the watermelon has tahine. Who here knows what tahine is? So, Coldy, Abby and I, we're not vegetarians, but we're trying to be more plant-based. And eat meat less. You know, it's probably healthy, probably good. Yeah, pretty much, Rodonico. So we've been eating quite healthy, but also delicious, man. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, we watched what's the name of that show on Netflix? The Game Changers. Who? I don't know the UFC guy. I don't remember him, but Game Changers on Netflix is a show produced by Schwarzenegger and Jackie Chan, and it talks about, yeah, it's a movie. It's a documentary.
Yeah, but that way they don't think it's 10 episodes. If they want to.
Oh, right, yeah. It's like an hour long. Hey, see you, Rodonico. Take care, buddy. It's talking about world-class athletes and other people too, but I think it focuses a lot on athletes. They have gone plant-based. And the results they have gotten. Here's what I didn't know, right? Obviously, you can get protein just based on a vegetable diet. That's how vegetarians and vegans survive. What I didn't know is that the protein you get from plants is different than the protein you get from meat. I also didn't know that for an athlete, for muscle recovery, the plant-based protein is considerably better than the meat protein, which is odd, right? I've always heard growing up that, man, you want to pack muscle, you got to eat a lot of meat. Turns out the entire offensive line of the Panthers is plant-based. Yeah, the NFL Carolina Panthers, the entire offensive line is plant-based. Right? That's really surprising. Dude, watch the Game Changers. The strongest man in the world is plant-based. Yeah, so anyways, I'm not cutting meat because I love it, but I am definitely eating less and less of it, right? Yeah, Mr. Dow, it didn't like, oh, I'm never going to touch meat again. No, but it was like, wow, man, this is And it's funny because Abby and I are working out and we're seeing results in the gym too. And maybe it's placebo, but yeah. I know, Rodopsin. So much. So much. So much. Oh, really? Justin Fields is vegan. I didn't know that, DC.
It's been great. It's
yeah.
For me.
Yeah, it's been great. All right. So continuing on. Watch the Game Changers, very interesting. And look, I'm not saying like I'm not one of those guys that like watches the show and I'll change my life. No, it's just one more bit of information in your arsenal, right? You should just know a lot of stuff and then make decisions based on that. So, up your game in nutrition by watching that show. No way, Mephiston. You watched the Jets and Falcons game? Oh, how was it, dude? How was it? Yes. Sorry, Fabio. Ciao, Fabio. Man, it's been crazy busy. Fabio, I will get a hold of you, man. I know you want to get going, but it's been crazy busy. I will get a hold of you. Sorry about that. Eating too much red meat in the long run is not healthy. Yeah, that sounds like it's the case, real. I don't have minimum skip. Not for meat. Amazing Stadium. West has a ways to go for the Jets. That's really cool, dude. That's really cool that you went to that game. If you guys don't know, the NFL always plays a couple of games in Europe during the season. Yeah. Yeah, Mephiston went to the game this Sunday. Yeah. Oh, Steelers and Vikings. Nice at Wembley. That's awesome. Raleigh Panther. All right, buddy. Let's do it. Let's do it. Dewsby, the best viewer this channel has ever had. That's also a truck driver. Even with that qualification, I can't claim that to be true. But it probably is. You're awesome, Deuce. Thanks, buddy. Really, Daza? A lot of cyclists, like professional cyclists, are vegan now. Wow, that's awesome. No, don't remember the cyclist either. Oh, yeah. That's right. Anyways, yeah, I'm not here to tell you anything you don't know, right? But it's interesting to watch the show. All right. So, hey, kitty. So if you decline a SID at a large airport, yeah, you're probably going to be number 43 for departure, you know? In reality, there are only a few instances when you choose to decline a departure procedure, yeah? Agreed. So look, here's an FAA issue chart, right? Not as easy to read, but the information is all there. So this is for, let's see, Aspen, okay? Lin's 8 departure, and look at this, takeoff minimums. Runway 15, not available because of terrain. They even tell you why. So forget it. You can't take off on runway 15. Runway 33, 401, so 400 feet and 1 mile with minimum climb of 465 per nautical mile. More than double the minimum climb gradient for IFR, right? Deuce, don't worry. We got it, man. We got it. Yeah, cold, exactly. Hi, baby. Have a good one. Love you too. All right. And it's to 10,000 feet, which is not much. I think Aspen, what's the field elevation? Does it not say on the chart? Should say somewhere. I think it's 7,000 something. No? Anyways. All right. Non-standard takeoff minimums. Many airports have runway-specific non-standard takeoff minimums published. We just saw that. Hartford had it for runway 20. They usually correspond with obstacle departure procedures. Right. If you see a T within a black, this right here, in an FAA chart, which NACO charts, a lot of people do use them, so upside down triangle on an FAA approach plate, the airport has non-standard takeoff minimums. You can also find a list of these airports at the beginning of the FAA's chart packet. If you use IFRFlight, look under Procedures Departure tab on the airport description page and click on Takeoff Minimums, which somebody here already did. I think it was called Nebo, and got a bunch of airports, right? Non-standard minimums are published when there are obstacle departure procedures to ensure you maintain safe clearance. For example, in this example here, runway 32. So let's see here. Yeah, here. Standard with minimum climb of 215 per nautical mile to 2700, or 903 for climbing visual conditions. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Mechanical. Sorry, buddy. Just side now. Mechanical loves the auto-tune.
Mechanical loves the auto-tune.
That might have been one of the worst ones. Exactly, Mr. Pilots. Yeah, I hate FAA charts. I hate FAA charts. Okay, so while there's no obstacle note to explain the reason for this ODP, a quick look at the sectional map reveals the terrain rises more than 600 feet above airport elevation, beginning just 2 miles from the departure end of the runway 32. Look, right here. So that's why we're departing 32, and they want you to have a better climb grade, right? This is why departure procedures climb gradient requirement or a minimum ceiling height to ensure you safely avoid the terrain. Makes perfect sense. Do you need a takeoff alternate? Remember, I said, what if something happens? Well, you might not want to come back to this airport, especially if the weather is really bad. Maybe you have something close by that's going to be your alternate. IFR takeoff alternates are required when weather conditions are above takeoff minimums but below landing minimums. Makes sense, right? For the departure end. Yeah, Cass. She walked by and waved. Alright. Takeoff alternates aren't required under Part 91. Not a shocker. We don't have takeoff minimums either. And usually only apply to Part 135 or Part 121 air carriers. Okay. But while they aren't required for you under Part 91, creating your own takeoff alternate is always a good idea if you decide to go, and if the ceiling and visibility on departure are lower than instrument approach minimums, have an alternate airport nearby in mind. Yes, come on, right? No points for beans. I will not start that. No way. No way. Now, guys, obviously this... man. It's amazing, right, that we still have to talk about this, but we do. Humans keep proving to themselves that we need to talk about this. If the weather is that bad, do you really need to go? Taking off in extremely low visibility increases your risk of a loss of directional control. The pilot in this accident had little to no visibility during takeoff and immediately after rotation, while we don't know yet if fog was the only factor, or if there was a malfunction that triggered the event. Poor visibility compounded the situation, surely, right? While takeoff minimums aren't prescribed for most flights under Part 91, it's always a good idea to set some personal standards. A good rule of thumb is to use the instrument approach minimums for the runway in use as your takeoff minimums, because that means you can also come back, right? That way you will have plenty of lateral visibility down the runway, as well as ceiling highs enough to return to the field if something goes wrong. Alright guys, come on. This makes perfect sense, and I guarantee you that 80% of the people don't follow this rule. Right? Right? DC. Points for beans. No way. I can't start that. I cannot start that. There is no way. There is no way. Alright, so guys, let me ask you this. Questions. Questions on takeoff minimums. We've been talking about it for three hours, right? But I want to know what doesn't make sense, or what wasn't answered that may still be a question for you. There's a lot to unpack, for sure. For sure. For sure. By the way, remember that guy I mentioned yesterday, Tim Kielstrup, on YouTube? Yeah, he's live now. I didn't even know there was a competition today. Well, I wasn't going to fly today, but he's live now. Started streaming 47 minutes ago. That's cool. That's cool. Tim, Killstrup. Oh, sorry. Let me do this. There we go. Tim Killstrup is the channel if you want to check him out. He's a super guy, and he flies a lot of Condor, a lot. So there you go. So there you go. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, he's got some good ones. Let me see. I think I had something to show you guys. Oh my god, this video was awesome. I just bumped into this. It has nothing to do with aviation. Just... Guys, listen. I was born in 76, right? This is a video from 1994. 1994. Okay? So I'm 18 years old. This is amazing.
Back now at 56 past, I wasn't prepared to translate that as I was doing that little tease.
Oh, that's
that little mark with the A and then the ring around it.
At.
See, that's what I said.
Nice, Quidipus.
Katie said she thought it was about.
Yeah. Oh.
But I'd never heard it. I'd never heard it said. I'd always seen the mark, but never heard it said. And then it sounded stupid when I said it. Violence at NBC.
I heard around big fight up in the lunchroom the other week.
There it is. Violence at NBC. GE.com. I mean.
Well, Allison should know. What do you
is
say
internet
that,
anyway?
What is internet anyway?
Internet is that
massive computer network. The one that's becoming really big now.
What do you mean? That's big. How does one? What do you write to it like mail?
No, a lot of people use it and communicate. I guess they can communicate with NBC writers and producers. Allison, can you explain what internet is?
That's the lifeline. It's like I don't know, Allison.
No, she can't say anything in 10 seconds or less.
Oh, Allison will be in the studio shortly.
What does it mean?
Did you speak with the orb?
Made up of, started from...
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us what this was.
It's like a computer billboard.
It's not in there.
Computer billboards.
It's a computer billboard, but it's nationwide, and it's several universities and everything.
I think they mean a bulletin board, and they said billboard.
All joined together.
Right.
And others can access it.
Right.
And it's getting bigger and bigger all the time.
It's getting bigger.
Handy during the quake. A lot of people, that's how they were communicating out to tell family and loved ones they were okay because all the phone lines were down.
I was telling Katie, and I've been
talking... But you don't need that. You don't need a phone line to operate internet.
No.
You don't need a phone line for operating the internet. Oh my God. Anyways, exactly, White. He was. I don't know how he got that job, man. Oh, the old BBS. I know. All right, guys. So listen. That's what I had on Takeoff Minimums because of what Cold Nebo said. It is a lot to unpack. So instead of launching straight into, okay, now let's do a bunch of flights and Takeoff Minimums. I'm going to let that sink in. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to watch if you want to stick around. If not, I'm not going to fly after this. So you can go ahead and disconnect and I'll see you tomorrow if you're not interested. But I recommend you stay because this is a very interesting video. It's a real engineering video. It's half an hour long. Hello, Neo. Oh my God, it's been a while, dude. Great to see you, man. Great to see you, Neo. Oh man, great to see you. How are you? Real Engineering is an amazing channel, and they're talking about the Gen X, the GENX engine. That's the next technology engine out there, which is amazing. Yes, Luxionica. Yes. And it's called the insane engineering of the Gen X. Right? So if you want to stick around for this, awesome. We'll watch it together. If not, I will see you tomorrow for some journey flight on the way to Falcon Field in Arizona. Awesome. Neo, great to have you back, man. Great to have you back. Bold Method. Yeah, guy name. Very interesting, Gimme. Yes. Oh, nice, Luxionic. Okay, cool. All right, then let's go, guys.
This episode of Real Engineering is brought to you by the Curiosity Stream and Nebula.
I'm gonna mute this because I'm gonna chew for a while.
Sign up now to watch the hour-long version of this video, linked in the description. Jet engines are a marvel of engineering. From precisely controlling the internal atomic structure of metals to create turbine blades that are actually one single crystal, to delicate robotic machining that humans could only have dreamed of a decade ago. The jet engines of today are barely recognizable to those of the 1940s. They're bigger, they're more powerful, and they're more efficient.
I gotta give Andy
Dreamliner's
props
engines are
for
so
this
big
lunch.
that they are the same diameter as the 737 fuselage. And this is just part of the puzzle that has allowed the 787 Dreamliner to break world records. In March 2020, in the midst of a global pandemic, the US government imposed travel restrictions on all European travelers, a move that cut off France from one of its far-flung territories in French Polynesia. Business as usual for Air Tahiti was no more. A creative solution had to be found to replace their regular flights between Tahiti International Airport and Charles de Gaulle Airport, which, under normal circumstances, stopped over in LAX. Faced with disruption, Air Tahiti began operating the world's longest flight, a 16.5-hour, 15,700 kilometer non-stop flight between Tahiti and Paris, the world's longest distance scheduled flight, and it was technically a domestic flight. The 787 made that possible, and today we are going to learn how. In our last video, we explored the incredible engineering that has gone into sculpting the airframe of the 787, but all of that work is useless without a power system to match. Boeing transformed the way airliners are powered to create a plane like no other. The first step in powering a large plane is to get the jet engine started, and that itself is a very power-hungry process. We need to get the compressor section turning in order to achieve adequate compression for engine ignition. We have all seen footage of people hand-cranking old piston-powered planes to get them started. This obviously is not feasible for jet engines, which need to rotate at very high speeds to start. Engineers have dreamed up many ways to complete this job. Some engines use explosive cartridges that look like shotgun shells that will be fired by an electric charge. The hot gas is expelled by the cartridge, then drive a smaller turbine, which is connected to the drive shaft through a reduction gear, allowing the smaller turbine to get the engines up to speed. Cartridge starters were popular in older military planes that may need to get into the air on very short notice with limited ground support. Some planes, like the SR-71, had a direct drive starting cart, which connected two massive V8 engines directly to the J58 engine from underneath the nacelle to get the powerful jet engines up to 4,500 RPM. However, air starting is by far the most common method, where pressurized air is fed into the turbine section directly to get the engine moving. This can be done with an external cart called a hover cart, which connects hoses to the engine. But most commercial airliners are capable of generating their own pressurized air with an APU, or Auxiliary Power Unit. These are smaller turbine engines located at the tail of the aircraft that are small enough to get started with a battery and an electric motor. Most people aren't even aware this mini turbine engine exists, but you can see the exhaust here on all modern commercial airliners.
Thanks. Not all modern aircraft have it on the very end of the tail. Most do. Sometimes you're going to see the exhaust on the side though. So if you don't see it on the very back, it's on the side here or on the side here.
The 787's APU, like other planes, is started by a small battery. But from here, the 787 system architecture is very different. The 787's APU, like other planes, is started by a small battery. But from here...
Yeah, that's right. The 777 doesn't have it on the very end of the tail. That's right.
The 787 system architecture is very different. The 787's APU does not provide pressurized air to the engines. It provides electric current to two electric motors attached to each engine, which act like the starter motors on your car. However, these motors can act as generators to provide the 787 with unparalleled electric power. A traditional plane has one generator on each
starter
engine
generator
and one on the APU, but the 787 is anything but traditional. There are, in total, 6 generators on board, with 2 pairs on each engine, providing the main power, each capable of generating 250 kilowatts, with 2 more on the APU providing secondary power, each capable of providing 225 kilowatts. If all 6 of these generators were running at the same time, that would be 1.45 megawatts of power.
That's right, forgot about
to
the MD-80.
787, 4 times more than a 777 is capable of producing. To put that into perspective, this is a 787 on a football field. If we needed to generate that electricity with solar panels in the middle of the day, we would need to cover about 10 football fields with solar panels. This is a lot of power. So why did the 787 need that much power? Need to cover about 10 football fields with solar panels.
Sorry, nothing to do with this, but did you notice in this scene right here? Notice how the plane isn't climbing, even though it's at a climb attitude?
This is a lot of power. So
that right there.
Why did the 787
not here,
need that much
not
power?
Here. That's a normal takeoff.
A lot of
this right here is a single engine takeoff. Right? So you can tell the plane isn't climbing. By the way, this right here, it's very brief. This right here is your typical climb gradient when you're a single engine on a modern airliner in heavy. It doesn't climb. It barely climbs.
So why did the solar panels? This is a lot of power. So why did the 787 need that much power? And where is it all going?
Yeah, I think he was still cleaning up 777.
The 787 uses a no-bleed air architecture. Traditional football fields with solar panels. This is
I keep talking on top of him. I'm so sorry.
10 football fields with solar panels. This is a lot of power. So why did the 787 need that much power? And where is it all going? The 787 uses a no-bleed air architecture. Traditionally, many aircraft systems are powered by hot compressed air drawn from the compressor section of the jet engine. The APU normally provides hot air to the engines to get them started, and then, once the main engines are started, hot compressed air bled from the compressor section drives several important systems. Normally, air conditioning and cabin pressurization is handled by the bleed air system. The bleed air would be drawn from the engine at a temperature upwards of 230 degrees Celsius. This obviously would quickly turn the cabin into an oven, so the air would first run through a complicated air conditioning and pressurization system, where some of the air is cooled using a heat exchanger, which uses outside air from a surface-mounted intake called ram intakes to remove heat from the engine bleed air until it is a suitable temperature to be distributed through the cabin.
So, in my experience, this kind of stuff can be a little confusing for people to understand. So, it's not as complicated as it looks. This really is as simple as getting the hot air from the engine. And that's literally just put a hole in the side of the engine and suck some air. It's going to be really hot, right? If you do it from the hot sections. Then this air, you run through, it's literally just a radiator. This entrance ram air inlet here, right, is allowing air to fly through a radiator. And in that radiator, you're passing hot air. And so you're using the outside cold air to cool the hot air from the engine and make it cold enough that you can now mix it with the hot air that you have and get any temperature you want. Hot air, you're always going to have from the engine. Cold air, as long as you pass it through that air exchanger, right, you're going to have. Now that you have hot air and cold air, it's just like your sink. You got the hot water, got the cold water, mix them up, you can make any temperature you want in between the two. Yeah, Paul, exactly.
So, we are doing work to remove energy from this valuable bleed air from the engine. This is obviously rather inefficient, and all that ducting is heavy. And this is why the 787 does not use this system.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but they're so good questions, or such good questions in chat, that I feel I'll forget. Why not just grab the outside air? Awesome question, Avari. Why not? The air outside is already cold. Why are we going through the trouble of cooling the engine air? Doesn't make sense, right? You basically already have hot air, so way more efficient to cool it to the desired temperature. It's what I do in my Piper. It's a little window, right? Right, yeah. The storm window, right? To regulate. Tio pernas. Different pressures. The ram air outside is going to have a little bit of pressure on it, besides atmospheric pressure, because it's rammed, right? You're flying against it. It's being rammed into that inlet. So yeah, the pressure is going to be a little higher than outside, but not much. Not much. The air coming from the engine not only is hot, it is also very high pressure, right? Guys, there is a controlled explosion going inside that engine. It's definitely high pressure. So when you cool that hot air, yeah, you get cold air that you already had from the outside, but it's also pressurized air. Oh yeah, Gimme, for sure. Yeah. So, yes, it's air that used to be hot, now it's cold. Why? We could just got air from the outside? No, the air from the outside is way lower pressure than this air I'm getting from the engine. So by cooling this air, I can then not only cool the cabin, but also pressurize the cabin with the same air. Makes sense, right? Well, yeah, you have to get the air before it burns. Before it burns, DC. Otherwise, you have fumes, right? But it's going to be super hot because it's been compressed. Yeah. Well, did I say that it was not... Did I say where it was coming from? I just said put a hole in the side of the engine and you got hot air, right? Yeah, it's the air before it burns. Because otherwise you have smells, right? Exhaust, basically. Well, the air before it burns. The air before fuel is mixed in, I should say. Oh, sorry, DC. I didn't realize I was. I don't know how I implied that.
Its cabin pressurization is handled entirely electrically.
Never mind the flames. Yeah.
We now have two inlets, the ram air inlet and the cabin air compressor inlet. The cabin air compressor... So, 787 is going to be a bit different, right? Compressor leads to, you guessed it, the cabin air compressor, an electrically driven device that compresses the air for the passenger cabin.
And that's where the 787 is changing the game, right? Before, it was just compressed air from the engine.
This compression process heats the air up too much for direct use into the cabin, so it does require some cooling using a heat exchanger cooled by the ram air inlet. You can see this little door open while the plane is on the ground, and it serves to protect the inlet from foreign objects entering it. Another energy-intensive process that has been handed over to the electric motors is the braking system.
Hey, Mama
As you can imagine, the energy required to slow down a 200-ton plane traveling at 270 kilometers per hour is not small. Calculating the energy required is pretty trivial. We just need to calculate the kinetic energy of the object, which we can do with this equation, and that gives us a kinetic energy of 562 million joules. That's a lot of energy, and the vast majority of that energy needs to be dissipated by the brakes of the plane. Reverse thrusters can deploy that redirect air from the bypass ducts through slots that open on the side of the engine. So, the brakes need to convert a lot of kinetic energy into another form of energy, heat energy.
Heat.
You can really see this in effect during a plane's most extreme brake test, an aborted landing test. Here, the plane is flying at full load, including the weight of the fuel, and has to abort at its V1 speed, the absolute maximum speed a plane can abort a landing at. Beyond that point,
the maximum speed a plane can abort a landing at. Oops.
The plane has to take off. When the plane comes to a full stop, the brakes are glowing red hot. Typically, the braking mechanisms of planes is driven by hydraulics, with a hydraulic piston forcing the brake pads against the wheel to slow down the plane. The 787 removed this bulky hydraulic system and traded it in for brakes actuated by electric motors.
Sorry, guys. FedEx was here. So, hold on, because there was something I wanted to say about. Oh yeah, Aspen. So Aspen said, It's a good engine, but it's also one of the main reasons Norwegian went bankrupt. Constant problems with the engines. This is not the only engine causing problems. The LEAP engine in both the new 737 MAX and the A320neo also full of problems. What's happening is we're pushing really, really far into materials tech, right? Materials engineering is an evolving science like everything else. So we learn more and more about materials and we can do more. But we're pushing the limits of what these materials can do. And because we're pushing the limits that we have never gone to before, sometimes we get it wrong. We're going over the limit and things are breaking, right? So, look, there's not been any serious accidents or anything because of this, because typically these planes have two engines. So if one fails, the other one keeps on working. There's been some close calls. But again, guys, this happens when we start pushing the limits, right? So that's really what's happening with this new generation of engines is we're pushing into territories we haven't been into before.
Each of the 8 landing gear wheels...
No, totally safe. They're safe now. Early on, it's not that they weren't safe. They were still safe. Like I said, nobody got hurt. Some planes had to go to alternates because they couldn't make it to the destination. So still safe, but inconvenient, right? They're just safer now because they're braking less than they did. But even when they were braking, it was still... I would say braking more than other engines, but still acceptable, right?
One of these units, and together they helped eliminate between 62 to 111 kilograms of weight from the 787, while also being drastically easier to maintain and install. The 787 does have a hydraulic system, however.
There you go.
But it has eliminated 2 large bleed air-driven hydraulic pumps that are normally used to meet peak demand during takeoff and landing, where landing gear actuation and deployment of high-lift devices like slats and flaps would overload the other pumps that power the hydraulic system during cruise. The 787 had the added electric power needed to rid itself of these bleed air-powered pumps and replace them with more efficient electrically driven pumps. To boot, the 787 is able to generate higher hydraulic pressures that allow it to use smaller hydraulic components, which saves both weight and space. So, that covers most of the system architecture, but we haven't even touched on the revolutionary engines themselves. The Dreamliner is most commonly fitted with 2 General Electric GE and X engines, each capable of producing between 310 kilonewtons and 360 kilonewtons of thrust, about the same thrust that General Electric's previous generation engines, the CF6, equipped to the 767, were capable of producing. But the GE NX produces this thrust while consuming 15% less fuel.
Huge improvement. Huge. I mean, imagine 15% of your fuel bill when you have, 200 aircraft flying like 16 to 20 hours every single day, nonstop. Man, your savings are giant.
That's an incredible leap.
Not to mention how it helps the environment.
The GE NX achieves this primarily through 2 major design features that were not possible with older engines. The first is a gigantic bypass duct that surrounds the main engine. The primary components of modern-day jet engines are the fan, a compressor, a combustor, a turbine, and a nozzle.
And really, a jet engine is that simple. A jet engine could be a lot simpler than this. A pulse jet engine, for example, super simple, but it looks complicated. A lot of moving parts. It isn't that complicated. Forget the fan. Okay? Quick lesson in how jet engines work. Forget the fan. Don't worry about that right now. We don't really need the fan anyways. It just makes things better. What we need is this section here called the compressor. You see how it starts at a pretty large diameter and it gets smaller. Yeah, that's on purpose. We're funneling in air because we want to push it together. We want to tighten it up, right? Okay. So we could just have a funnel, and some jet engines have just a funnel with nothing else inside. You get some compression that way. Well, guess what? If you had the funnel, which we do, and then you add a bunch of, really, it's just a propeller in there, but it's a propeller with a lot of little blades instead of just a couple of really big blades, right? So change the game up, make the blades very small, but then put them all around. Okay, well now you have a propeller that's going to help push air into the funnel here, right? Okay, that's going to create a little more compression, a little more pressure. All right, let's put more than one propeller. So let's put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, looks like 15 propellers or compressor discs. You want to be fancy, want to be bougie? That's how you call it. They're really just propellers, right? They're screws packing more air in. That's all this section does, is just taking air from the outside and tightening it up. Okay, great. Why? Because the density is higher. That's a better burn. We have more oxygen per volume there. Great. That's ready to go. Dump it into the combustion chamber, which is just an open area where you can inject spray fuel in there, just like inside a normal engine, right? Spray fuel, the air's already in there, and then light it up. I got news for you, man. You do that, it's going to blow up. Well, yeah, that's what I want. So it blows up, but because of the inertia of this entire thing and because there's more air here pushing that explosion back, that explosion is going to flow back. And back, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to expand. So doing the opposite of the funnel here. And that's going to lower the pressure, but also lower the temperature of this really hot and high pressure gas that's in here, right? But there's a lot of energy left in this explosion. I'm going to get the benefit of that because that explosion, guys, is going to go out the back. And good old Newton taught me and everybody else that, hey, man, you push some stuff out the back, whatever is doing the pushing is going to be pushed the opposite way. Okay, so if I can throw a lot of stuff back, I'll get a lot of push forward. Awesome. That's right, Christopher. Force equals mass times area, right? Okay. So let's just throw a bunch of stuff as fast as possible, like a rocket. Yeah, rocket engine. That's all we do, right? Just throw a bunch of stuff out. You're going to get a bunch of push the other way. Awesome. Let's do it. Just did. I opened this up. And now there's a bunch of hot air exiting, and we got thrust. That's awesome. Hey, man, how are you going to turn those propellers up front? I don't know. Maybe we need an engine to do it. Could have a battery, right? Let's have it electrically turning, and then I'll just connect it to a battery, and I can spin these guys. Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, I just need a source of energy to spin this propeller that's in here, which we call the compressor, right? Cool. All right, let's add a battery. Dude, no. Why? Because I need a source of energy. Yeah, you got one. What do you mean? What about this explosion that's happening here, dude? Well, no, I know, but I want that to go out the back so I can get the energy pushed forward or pushing forward. No, I get that. What I'm saying is, you got these propellers up here compressing all that air, right? Yeah. Well, why don't you reverse the game, man? If you got a bunch of air flowing through here, what if you put a bunch of windmills here, right? A bunch of wind turbines to catch some of that wind and make that into a rotational motion. Okay, why would I do that? Because, dummy, once you got a bunch of windmills rotating here, what if you just connect those to the front, to the propellers that you need to power, and have these guys here drive those propellers in the front? You said you needed energy. I got you energy. That's how you do it. Well, but that's... Wait a second. Isn't that like perpetual motion? You're powering this with what you're getting from here. No, it's not perpetual motion, man. You're adding a lot of energy to this via fuel. And you're throwing energy out there. It's not a closed system. Not a closed system. Yeah, exactly, Kratos, right? Who's he arguing with? Myself, Mr. Pilot. It's the best way to teach. Right. It is not perpetual motion, but it is self-sustaining. What do you mean? Well, think about it. If I can turn the front and compress the air, I got compressed air. All I need is to light a spark with fuel in here, and boom, that's going to blow up and come out the back. And if it's coming out the back, I can rotate this, right? I'll take advantage. I'll put a bunch of windmills here, catch that wind, and I can rotate this and then use the rotating this to power the front. Yes, self-sustaining. It's a little circle. Awesome. That sounds like super clever. Probably very efficient. Yes, it is. And that is what a jet engine was, a turbojet engine was, for a long time. Then somebody said, okay, cool idea, man. But look, you got a lot of energy back here, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. And you're using that energy to turn the what we call this, what do you call it? Compressor? Yeah, the compressor. Compressor up front. Okay, so you're turning that with this energy. Yeah. Okay. And how are you making power? Well, I mean, I'm throwing that jet out the back here, so it's action-reaction. Okay, cool. But I'm thinking, man, I'm just spitballing here, right? Just thinking. If you're using this to turn that, cool, right? These are propellers, aren't they? Yep, and you're using those propellers to compress the air? Yeah. So those propellers, you're turning them, but they're not giving you push forward, right? They're creating compressed air, which you need, but they're not pushing you forward, right? Well, in a sense they are, because the air goes through. No, I understand. But what I'm saying is, these guys here, when they're turning, they're not actually adding to the thrust of the engine. They're just putting compressed air into the chamber. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, what if, and I'm just spitballing here, but what if we, okay, use that to turn this. So we'll call these the turbines. Use the turbines to turn the compressor. But I bet you would have extra energy. And what you could do is on that same axle that you're using to drive the compressor, what if you put another propeller in it, but instead of being inside, because this is a closed section, right? Guys, for this to work, this is all exposed here so we can see it, but this is all inside a casing that's very, very close to the edge of those blades, right? What if you put a big propeller that's outside that case, and it's actually a bigger diameter than the case itself, and spin that same thing, spin that with the turbines? Because I bet that this propeller, if it's bigger than the casing, the air that's on the outside here can probably add some thrust. Oh, really? I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't, but we got to test that. We got to try it, right? It's just an idea. Well, we tried it, and it turns out that there's more benefit than that, right? Yeah, it's called, it's called a bypass. The how much of the air that goes into the front bypasses the core of the engine makes it a high bypass, low bypass. That's just semantics, right? But yes, you can clearly see that some of the air that comes in, because look, the opening of the engine is all this big here. So some of the air coming in here at the edges is going to go through this fan, which is the N1 fan on a jet engine. And it's going to be propelled back because this is powered by the turbine. So it is like a propeller. It's turning, right? It's propelling air back, and that air, once it passes these blades, it's just got to flow around the hot section of the engine here and go out the back. Okay, so this section of the fan truly is a propeller, just like a propeller in a piston engine, turning and pushing air back. Okay, what about the air that goes closer to the center cone here? That air also goes through the propeller, but once it does, look, it doesn't have a choice to go up there. It's got to go into the compressor. And we know what happens there. It's going to be compressed, it's going to burn, it's going to expand, go out the back, and also give me thrust that way. So now I'm getting thrust two ways. Awesome. That was my original thought. I thought you could do this. Yeah, but you know what else we found out in testing? And it was awesome? Turns out the air that's on the outside here, and now you need to use your imagination, because we're going to turn this engine 90 degrees so we can look at it from the back, right? And from the back, I'm going to see this tail cone here. But then around that tail cone, I have the bigger fan up front. What that means is, looking at it from the back, I have a channel of air that comes out of the middle turbine. Very hot, right? And quite fast. Then, surrounding that air, all the way here, in a cylinder shaft, propelled by only the N1 fan up front, I have a tube of cold air, because it was cold outside, and it definitely, okay, it touched the side of the engine, but it doesn't have a lot of time to get hot. I have a tube of cold air coming out around that shaft of hot air in the middle. Yeah, I can imagine that, but so what? Dude, so what? Turns out we put a bunch of microphones out there and we measured noise, and it made the engine super quiet. Wait, what? Yeah, turns out a lot of the noise of a jet engine is coming from the air in the middle here, the air that's burning, that's carrying all that violence that's happening inside the combustion chamber out into the world. Very noisy. Well, guess what, man? The air that we have around that bypass air, that shaft or cylinder of air, the cold air, it didn't go through much violence at all. It just went through the fan. And so it's pretty smooth and quiet. And all that noise that's inside this hot shaft, it bounces off of the cold air on the outside and makes the engine way, way quieter. So we got another benefit from it, man. We want to hire you. That would be my story as an engineer coming up with the N1 fan idea. Nonetheless, that is okay, it wasn't very short, but it was a short-ish explanation of how a jet engine works. Sorry, I'm a sucker for great graphics. I saw this, I was like, you know what? I bet some people here don't know all the details. Why don't we talk about it? So I'm sorry it was a bit of a sidetrack from what we're talking about here, but hopefully it was useful.
The ultimate goal of a jet engine is to draw in air and pressurize it as much as...
Turns out he's going to explain the entire thing. Oh, I had no idea. I haven't seen this video. I haven't seen this video and I had no idea. God damn. Sorry. Shubashi, thank you very much for the hair bits, man. Okay, you guys like the explanation. Nice. Very good, very good. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's right. That's the short one, Steve. Oh, okay. He was going to explain. I'm an idiot.
As possible, which increases the energy potential of the air before mixing it with fuel and igniting it, causing a rapid expansion and acceleration of air. The work done by the compressor is then recovered in the turbine section, which powers both the compressor and the fan. Finally, the air, with its remaining kinetic energy, travels through the nozzle, where it is the turbine section of air. The work done.
They have the blades of the compressor and the turbine rotating the wrong way. The fan is rotating the right way in agreement with the angle of the blades, but these guys are rotating the wrong way.
Section.
The core of the engine always rotates the same way as the N1 fan, never the opposite. This is misleading. It shows the core rotating one way and the fan rotating a different way. That's a mistake. My God, re-engineering. That's 2 mistakes in one video. What's happening?
Which powers both the compressor and the fan. Finally, the air, with its remaining kinetic energy, travels through the nozzle, where it is accelerated more and sent out the back of the engine to provide thrust. The engine core, this part of the engine, is what powers the engine. Yet, most of the air that travels through the GENX bypasses this section completely, only passing through the fan and through this bypass duct. And this is one of the reasons the engine is so incredibly efficient. Bypass ratios have continually increased over the years, which is one of the reasons engines keep getting bigger. The GENX engine has a bypass ratio of 9:1, meaning for every kilogram of air that passes through the engine core, 9 kilograms flow through the bypass duct.
I'm not sure.
This is extremely high. The engine the GENX replaced only had a bypass of 5.7, which during its time was itself a very high bypass ratio. While the core takes a small volume of air and accelerates it rapidly, the fan takes a massive volume of air and accelerates it just a little.
Thanks, guys.
While not requiring it to be mixed with fuel and ignited. This drastically increases the fuel efficiency of the plane. The fan essentially acts like a gigantic propeller. The industry has been aiming for larger and larger bypass ratios for decades, but there are a couple of limiting factors that make it difficult to increase the size of the fan blades.
Prop fan.
The compressor and fan are driven by the same shaft.
Okay, this is totally different than the other one. This has the fan, early compressor, and late turbines, or low pressure compressors, low pressure turbines rotating the same way. And the high pressure compressor and turbine blades rotating an opposite way.
Meaning the compressor and fan are driven by the same shaft, meaning they rotate at the same speed. But because the fan is so much larger than the compressor and turbine blades, the fan experiences much higher centrifugal forces. And if the fan blades grow too long, their tips could even break the speed of sound.
Okay, super important point here. And we're going to get back into this. So basically, we're getting to the point the helicopters got. Helicopters got to the point where the rotors, right? The bigger you make the rotor, the higher the tip speed, right? Because you're going around a circle in the same amount of time. You want to go around the same amount of time, but it has a bigger radius. So it has a bigger circumference to go through. So it faster goes. Gets to a point where the tip of those rotors start to go supersonic. At that point, you have problems. Those are not airfoils that are built to go supersonic. You don't want the rotor in your helicopter going supersonic. Let me just put it that way. Same thing with these blades now. We're getting to the point where the fans are getting so big. Again, the diameter, the radius keeps increasing. Gets to the point where the blades are getting to supersonic speeds. Right? Yep, that's right, Christopher. I like your formulas, Christopher. Loving it. But very important point of, we're talking about how engines work, understanding engines, right? Oh, if there's a bird strike. Ooh, yes, malaise, absolutely. But it's got to be after this. So, hey, Toggle Space is here. So Avari said something that makes a lot of sense when you start to think about it. He said, so wait a second. So a turboprop engine is basically a jet engine where the N1, instead of being the big fan up front, it's just exposed and it's a propeller? That's what a turboprop engine is? Yes. Yes. That's what a turboprop engine is. So why do they exist? And jet engines, well, different reasons, but jet engines then are basically a turboprop engine that you put a casing around the propeller. Why? Because when you have a casing like this and the end of the blade is basically touching the wall, meaning you have very little air passing between the wall and the blade, you get much, much higher efficiencies for these blades versus if you didn't have the casing around like in a turboprop. Very important difference. Nice, Avari. That's really cool.
And turbine blades, the fan experiences much higher centrifugal forces, and if the fan blades grow too long, their tips could even break the speed of sound, leading to shockwaves and a massive increase in drag. The first problem we need to address is how to handle those centrifugal forces. The magnitude of the centrifugal force can be found using this equation, where m is the mass, w is the angular velocity, and r is the distance from the center of rotation.
It is an engineering channel, so he does go into some of the formulas. Frantual asked, are all blades on all fans, compressor discs, and turbines mechanically attached, or simply free spinning on same axle? Do N1 and N2 have independent speeds? Yes and no, depends on the engine, free to all. Most jet engines have N1, the big fan up front, free to rotate. Free to rotate. Some have it powered by the turbines, right? And some don't. So it depends. It depends. Newer engines are having a driven fan up front, as opposed to a free rotating fan. Oh, God of Radio, thank you very much for that, man. That's what I aim to do here.
Increase the weight of the blade, the speed of it.
So God and everybody else, thanks, guys. This is my full-time job, and so I do appreciate the consideration of a subscription to the channel. Thank you very much.
Its rotation and its diameter. We want to increase our diameter to increase our bypass ratio. So we need to figure out ways to either decrease our weight or decrease our rotational speed. The GE NX achieved the first requirement by using lightweight carbon fiber fan blades. Older fan blades were constructed from titanium, titanium being used for its excellent strength to weight ratio. But carbon fiber blades have an even higher strength to weight ratio, while also being much stiffer than titanium, allowing the carbon fiber composite blades to be longer and thinner than their titanium counterparts.
Amazing shapes, right?
This form factor even allowed General Electric to reduce the blade count from 22 to 18.
Wow.
In all, this resulted in a 15% weight savings in the blades, allowing them to spin faster without worry of damage. However, composites do have one huge drawback: their impact resistance. One of the tests engines need to pass to reach certification is the chicken gun test, which, as you may have guessed, involves yeeting a dead bird into the engine and seeing how it holds up.
There
The
you
fan
go.
blades
Whoever
are
it
the
asks.
first
I mean,
part of
there's
the
better
engine
videos.
any
We'll show,
foreign
but-
object will encounter, and thus need to be capable of withstanding the impact. Early development of composite fan blades by NASA and GE showed that composite blades by themselves simply were not up to the task. To solve the issue,
They are
the
beautiful.
leading edge of the blades are reinforced with titanium. Bypass ratios are likely to continue growing as our technologies
Yes,
develop.
1/4, for
Speed
sure.
reduction gears between the main drive shaft and the fan may allow engine manufacturers to increase bypass ratios even more.
So what he's talking about is what I said, right? Most of the modern jet engines now have a driven fan up front as opposed to a free spinning one.
Pratt & Whitney employed this technology in their PW1000G engine to achieve the largest bypass ratio ever seen in a commercial airline turbofan engine. They included a planetary gear between the main drive shaft and the turbofan
There it
drive
is.
shaft,
There it
which
is.
applied a 3-to-1 reduction in speed, allowing the turbofan to spin at a lower 4,000 to 5,000 RPM.
But when you do this, yeah, thanks guys. When you do this, you do get reversed motion, opposite direction motion, right?
This enabled the fan to grow in
Beautiful.
diameter, as the forces the larger blades had to endure were drastically reduced with a lower speed, giving the engine a record-breaking 12.5 to 1 bypass ratio.
Crazy.
General Electric considered the design for their new LEAP engine currently in use by the 737 MAX, but problems with weight and maintenance of the planetary gearbox deterred them. And that hesitance may have been justified, as the engines have had a turbulent operation history with several groundings and engine removals.
Stand by a second, guys, because we just got a raid from Flightzilla. Hey, Flightzilla. Hello, Flightzilla Raiders. I'm the Flying Fabio. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the channel. Today we were discussing takeoff minimums. We did that for a while. We did that for 3.5 hours. So now we're finishing the day just watching some aviation porn. We're watching a real engineering video on how the GEnx engine for the Dreamliner works. Fascinating stuff. Hello, guys. Welcome in. Glad to have you. And Flightzilla, thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Appreciate that.
Although these issues were not directly a result of the planetary
Welcome in,
gears.
guys.
However, as the technology improves, we may see more of these geared designs being used to drive even greater fuel savings. The next design feature that helps the GEnx
that was cool with
to
just one
reduce
blade on
fuel
it.
consumption is the extremely high compression ratio
Thank you,
achieved
Flightzilla.
through the engine's compressor section. Compression ratio is the ratio found by dividing the pressure at the exit of the compressor section by the pressure at the inlet.
Definitely
This
very
one
expensive.
variable has huge implications for a plane's fuel efficiency. And just as we can see a clear upwards trend for bypass ratios over time, the same can be seen for pressure ratios. The reason for this is fairly simple. By increasing the pressure ratio, we can maximize the energy we can extract from our fuel, because there is more useful energy available for extraction in our turbine and nozzle than if we compress the air less. But
By the way,
in our
that there, they
turbine
only
and
showed it for a
nozzle,
second, and it
then
has
if-
nothing to do with what he's talking about. Nothing to do. But it's impressive and should be explained, right? This is water. So this is a test stand for a jet engine, right? You can tell the mount is here, and you have, this is a force balance. This is a mount that not only holds the engine, but can measure all the forces that the engine is producing and experiencing, right? Yeah, right. So you flood an engine with, look, this up front here, this is a grid. Basically, it's a bunch of pipes with holes in them, and they inject an insane amount of water at high pressure into the mouth of the engine to ensure the engine can still work in insane water conditions. Obviously, you should never ever encounter a situation in the atmosphere where there's this much water that you're flying through, right? But we like tolerances. We like safety margins. So that's how we test engines.
we compress the air less. But it's not quite as easy as just increasing pressure across our compressor.
Gimme,
In order
everything
to
in
achieve
aviation is
higher
expensive.
compression, we may need to increase the number of compressor sections, which will increase the weight of the engine, which will increase fuel consumption and reduce the advantage. Higher compression will also lead to higher temperatures, which may cause material failure.
I'm not sure that happens to all engines, friend. And usually it's not just water, it's water and alcohol. You know? The water to cool, the alcohol to boost. So I don't think just water would do it.
In the compressor blades. And perhaps most critically, increasing the temperature results in increased emissions of potent greenhouse gases.
Oh no, it goes
like
through.
Nitrogen oxides.
It's going through all of it, including the core.
Nitrogen oxide formation rates rise exponentially with flame temperature to break down nitrogen molecules in the air and allow them to combine with oxygen. To facilitate increased pressure ratios while hitting climate change goals, this problem had to be addressed, and they did it through ingenious fuel injection technology. The compressor feeds its high-pressure air into 22 fuel mixing nozzles located in a ring around the compressor exit. Their job is fairly simple. Mix the fuel into the air and ignite it.
I know, it's amazing.
A simple job that started development in 1995 with both General Electric and NASA. The art of crafting the perfect fuel injection nozzle is incredibly complex. A delicate yet violent process, like an orchestra whose crescendo is a fiery explosion. With the advent of 3D printed manufacturing, GE has been able to create a fuel injector with a complex internal labyrinth of air channels that traditional tooling simply could not cut. The fuel injector they developed is called the Twin Annular Pre-Swirl Injector, or TAPS. So how does it avoid those dangerous nitrous oxide emissions? By carefully controlling the air-fuel mixture ratios to control flame temperatures. If we plot flame temperatures against air-fuel ratio, we get something that looks like this. The max flame temperatures occurring at stoichiometric air-fuel mixtures.
Right,
that
makes
is,
sense.
the mixture where air and fuel are both entirely consumed in the reaction. This is the zone where nitrous oxide emissions are highest because the flame temperature is highest. To minimize nitrous oxide emissions, we can aim to be over on this side of the curve with a rich air-fuel mixture. But that would result in a lot of wasted unburnt fuel.
Yeah.
So instead, we aim to be over here on the lean side of the graph. If we map the combustion process for GE's previous injector fitted to over 22,000 CFM56 engines, we would see the air-fuel mixture is initially injected in this zone with a rich air-fuel mixture. Then it goes through a dilution process to reach a lean mixture where the fuel is fully consumed. The issue with this is that the fuel goes through the stoichiometric region in between these two phases, creating a great deal of nitrous oxides. The TAPS fuel injector looks like this, with a central main pilot surrounded by a ring-shaped main injector, creating two swirling airflows that look something like this, which uses a large amount of air.
It took me a second, but then I understood. The purple is a pipe. That's one swirling airflow. The yellow is another pipe, and this is the section of it, right? And that's a different swirling flow. It's the pilot flame flow here. And this here, I think, is the pre-mixing. Yeah, so they basically create a jet here and a jet here, which creates a swirl. And then a different jet in the middle, which creates a different swirl. And then you mix them together. By the way, this is very similar to the mechanics of fuel injection into a rocket engine, which is also, you have to mix fuel and oxidizer, and you have to do it fast, and you have to do it efficiently, and there's a bunch of different ways of doing it, and there's always new designs like this that optimize it a little bit.
In the pre-mixing phase to ensure thorough mixing and a lean air-fuel mixture. If we map the combustion process of TAPS, it starts in the lean zone and gets even leaner further into the combustor.
Hey, Two Cats. Hello, Two Cats Raiders. I'm the Flying Fabio. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the channel. You join us at a time where we're watching a real engineering video on the GE NX engine in the 787 and learning how it works. Hey, Two Cats, how you doing, man? The Concorde, oh, for sure, boo, for sure.
Never getting close to the peak nitrous oxide production region. This may seem like a simple device, But it took generations of design iterations with computer simulations gradually bringing the engineers closer to their target. And none of their designs would have been possible without current generation metallic 3D printing that could manufacture the complex parts with the materials capable of resisting the enormous heat within the combustor. 26 years of development paid off with 60% nitrous oxide emission reductions, a fuel injector compatible with the record-breaking 58:1 pressure ratio used in the GE NX. GE managed to increase the pressure ratio even though they reduced the number of compressor stages. Each of these turbine discs is one stage. The GE NX contains 10 stages, 4 fewer than the CF6 engine it is replacing. GE managed to do this through new improved blade design, which is a lot less info than I wanted to share, but finding information on this topic was incredibly difficult, a testament to how advanced and secretive the technology is. The compressor does include 3 blisk stages, which are perhaps the most impressive feats of machining I have ever seen. Traditionally, compressor stages are made by attaching the blades to a separate disc with dovetail connections. This decreases manufacturing complexity.
Makes sense, right?
But the dovetail connection is less durable, increases assembly and maintenance costs, and allows some air to escape through the connections. Blisks are compressor stages that are manufactured from a single piece of metal, making them stronger and easier to install, while improving aerodynamic efficiency. Improving aerodynamic efficiency was the name of the game to improve compression ratios. And of course, that needed to apply to the turbine section that powers the compressor. It too benefited from cutting-edge aerodynamic modeling. The turbine also made use of new material science breakthroughs, being the first commercial engine to make use of gamma titanium aluminide, an advanced alloy of titanium and aluminium that combines the heat resistance of titanium with aluminium's weight savings, replacing the nickel alloys of past. It took 3 decades to take this material from the lab to commercial use, and the Dreamliner was the first plane to make use of it, paving the way for the material's acceptance in the industry. All of these factors combined to allow the GE NX engines of the Dreamliner to reduce fuel consumption by 15% over previous generation engines. That is an astronomical leap, and on top of all that, the engine is 60% quieter than similar sized planes. In part, thanks to the engine's most distinctive feature, this sawtooth pattern on the fan casing and the engine exhaust. These features are called engine chevrons.
Look at all the prototypes they test with different shapes. Because honestly, we don't really know what works, right? We can predict stuff, but it's never 100%. And sometimes it's pretty off. So they do a bunch of different shapes and then put it in the wind tunnel and test it.
And they aren't just futuristic cosmetic design, but functional parts of the engine that significantly reduce engine noise.
For sure.
The question is, what difference can a mere shape change at a nozzle exit have on the overall noise pollution produced by the aircraft?
Crazy,
because
OSC.
turbofan engines force air out of their bypass chambers and turbines at speeds that are much higher than the speed of the ambient air. The air interacts with the free stream air, causing mixing. This mixing causes uncontrolled vortices, which in turn generate excessive noise for both the passengers
we have the 787.
and the community on the ground.
You have to have Premium Deluxe though.
Think of it like water accelerating down a waterfall and striking the water below. That turbulence can be extremely loud. The chevrons aim to control the vortices that are shed from the engine nozzle by creating smaller vortices at each of the teeth of the chevron to allow the hot, fast air being expelled from the engine to mix with the ambient air more gently. This is said to reduce jet blast noise by as much as 30% and allowed Boeing to use substantially less sound insulation in the fuselage walls of the aircraft, which helped to reduce aircraft weight. The 787 truly does live up to its name. It provides a passenger experience that is almost incomparable to that of other commercial aircraft, with advances in noise reduction, fuel efficiency, and passenger comfort.
And
this series is usually saved for aircraft and technology most of us will never set foot in. But the 787 could be the most advanced piece of engineering we have ever covered. And it's a plane many of us will have the opportunity to fly in and marvel at the decades of engineering advancements that made it possible.
Very true.
This nearly half-hour-long video is just half the story, but the full hour-long director's cut version has been available on Nebula for over a week. It combines the two halves of this video released on YouTube into one seamless, ad-free experience that you can sit back and relax to watch. I removed one section from this video detailing the complicated thermodynamics explanation of why compression ratios actually increase efficiency, because it felt just too academic for YouTube. But I think die-hard fans of this channel may enjoy listening to a 10-minute explanation of temperature entropy diagrams. The director's cut also includes explanations of the 787's nifty electronic heads-up display in the cockpit and electrochromic window shades. I felt neither of these topics really fit in anywhere in the larger script. Nebula is the best way to experience our videos. No ads, no distractions, and director's cuts of videos when possible, along with exclusive access to our World War II series, The Logistics of D-Day, and our upcoming Battle of Britain series. If you want to see more content like this, the best way to support the channel is by signing up to Nebula with the Curiosity Stream bundle.
There we go. So just to let him plug, because it's worth it, he does great videos. Nebula is a great service too, so there you go. If you have Curiosity Stream, you have access to Nebula, or so I hear, because I have Curiosity Stream, I can't seem to get access to Nebula, but we're super, oh, nerd, so it's fine. I saw that, I was like, we're super NASA. Then I read the nerd. Fantastic cabin crew should be permitted to lock them down, so you can't fly the whole cabin. It's a tough topic, because with manual shades, we can't do that, right? You know, you can ask the person, but the person, no, I want to keep it open. Now, electrically, you can lock them up. I don't know. Yeah, 104. Yeah, the 787 we have in the sim is not great. It looks great, but it's not great, right? So somebody wanted to watch jet engine bird strike test. I'm gonna show you a couple. I think I'm gonna show you one that went well and one that didn't. By the way, what you see spinning in there, that's a painted turbine blade for easier identification in reviews, in replays. Oh, nice, S-Ren. That one I don't know. I'll have to look it up. We're gonna throw the bird in now. That one didn't survive, right? That one did not survive. Oh, this one shows the water ingestion from the angle I wanted to show you to see how much water is ingested. Look at this.
Before the engine could be
certified, and yeah, this is here in Ohio, not too far from where I live. It had to be
put through a battery of demanding tests.
Thank you, Zesran.
The testing is to assure that the engine can fly in any environment.
All right, they're going to open up the water.
We look at any extreme environments and make the testing more severe than what you'll see in operation on an aircraft.
Look at this.
We have water ingestion testing. We take in about 4.
That's happening literally all over the entire mouth of the engine. Imagine that amount of water going in. Yeah, rookie, that's the joke.
Tons of water a minute and show that the engine can continue to operate and not stall,
right,
taking
Mustafa,
in that kind of volume of water. We also do hail ingestion testing. We have several little cannons that shoot hail into the engine. They shoot about 3/4 of a ton of hail in 30 seconds.
Nothing was left to chance. technicians tried to recreate and analyze every possible
That's a
problem
boat
that could happen
handle
to the engine.
An engine, when it's operating on an aircraft, takes in a lot of air. It can also take in anything else in the environment, such as a bird. So we're required per the FAA to shoot bird carcasses into the engine and to show that we can continue to sustain operation even after taking in the bird carcasses.
It was quick, but it showed it. Yeah, it slices it. Slices and dices. I remember this show. Really? The original one? All right, guys. Well, that's what I had today. That's what I had today. Some takeoff minimums discussion. Obviously, we're going to be putting that into practice. So, the way I do this is, what I try to do is, I add these little nuggets, especially of IFR flying, once in a while, right? And then I try to incorporate that from there on out. I try to incorporate that into the IFR flying that we do. So from here on out, when we're looking at a departure, one of the things we're going to look at is the takeoff minimums for weather. Not something we have discussed before on stream, really at all, because I hadn't explained it, right? And as you saw, it takes a whole stream to explain. So it's not something I can do when we're doing a real flight, right? Ah, Steve, got it. You're right. When they put explosives on the root of the blade. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Dexter. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate chicken sliced deli thin. Oh, Kingsman, hello, man. But you and Mustafa joined us right as we're about to end. So Timalays, Hayden, Timalays is it's a joke. It's an ongoing joke. I don't know if it really happened or not. But we also test windshields with birds, right? We have bird cannons, and you put a dead chicken in there, and you shoot it at a windshield that you are building to see if the windshield can withstand a bird strike. Because obviously, we want to keep the pilots alive should a bird strike the cockpit, right? So the cockpit windows are made to withstand bird strikes, right? The joke is that NASA or FAA, whatever, had a chicken gun, a bird gun, here in the US, and the Brits wanted to do some testing, and they didn't have a gun, so they called and said, hey, can we use your gun? Again, I don't know that this is true. It probably isn't. Can we use your gun? And sure, here's the gun, right? So the Brits then contact the Americans and say, what the hell is with your gun? And the Americans are like, what do you mean? And the Brits are like, well, we fired against our windshields, which we designed to withstand all these birds, and every single one of our shots went through the windshield like the windshield wasn't even there. We just have a bunch of windshields with giant holes in them. What's with your cannon? Yeah, and the answer the Americans gave was, well, did you guys remember to defrost the bird? So again, I don't know that that's true, but I could totally see how that could happen. That could happen. All right, guys, hey, I had fun doing a little teaching today, talking about a topic we haven't really addressed before. I hope you did too. I had a blast being here with you guys. Let's go see who we're gonna raid. Yeah, don't forget, tomorrow we're back with Journey Flight, right? We're gonna be flying from San Jose to Falcon Field at Arizona, and it's our last stop in the US. After that, it's Mexico, Central America, South America, and Ushuaia. Here we come. Thursday, we're back in the DC-6 on our way to Helsinki, all the way from Argentina. And Friday, it's Wings Flight, IFR flight number 4. And maybe number 5, we'll see. Yeah, 4 and 5. 4 and 5. I believe. Land of La Chancla. It absolutely is, dude. It absolutely is. All right, let's see who's online. Okay, whoa, Sheet is online. Boston Center. 1,000 hours for the year. Holy moly. 14 plus hours. 14 plus hours of streaming this dude is doing today. Man. Alpha Originals is on. Let's start from the bottom as always. Thank you, Virtual Pilot. I really appreciate that. Falcon Field is approved. Andreas is here. Hello, sir. Andreas, we had a great discussion on takeoff minimums today, man. FAA side, don't really know the European side that well. Not sure if you're here, but man, it was a good discussion. Good discussion. All right, we like cameras. We want to see people. Let's see if we get cameras here. Is that ForeFlight? Is that what that is? Cool cameras. What's going on here, Epic Gaming? All right, we're in cruise and away from the cockpit as most pilots. Nice. All right, let's see what else is going on while we wait for him to come back. Maybe forgot to update. Energy is doing a world tour.
No. They would be like, give you a month.
Yay. Candidate? Candidate?
Oh, I see.
I was busy flying. Greetings from Merca. Hey, Andreas, remember to get that cheeseburger. All right. Already, we got the Chill Out Flight channel. We've done this guy before, right? I Am Blue Games, we've done that. Mo Charlie.
So 13.8, 14 miles.
Not MSFS, which I'm fine with. I just like to stick with MSFS.
So 14 miles, we're not that far away. 14 miles to Copra, that's when we begin our descent. So Copra and
Christmas Island. Ooh, that's interesting. With no camera. That's the Albatross? Is that right?
You know, I'm not too sure when we
okay, Hayden, thank you, buddy. On Discord or here?
Which is exactly
on Twitch?
That will have us entering into Taiwanese airspace. We are flying a flight
running Topaz to the Big Boss. All right. Guys, we got some options today. Okay, music was driving me nuts, sorry. We got some options, man. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, Hayden, got it. Twitch, okay, cool, man. Thank you, thank you. All right, are we doing Vet Sim? Are we gonna watch, did he come back? Replica Gaming, not back. All right, you guys are not expressing yourselves. I think I'm just going to choose. Nothing is striking me as like, oh, that's it. That's it. Mo Charlie's not doing Microsoft Flight Sim. I like to stick with Microsoft Flight Sim. I see it there, Hayden. Thank you, man.
Flight of 3904.
What's she doing? I mean, I know he's controlling, but where's the little clock he's got? Oh, he's 4 hours in. Okay, he's in the bathroom. Oltzlas, let's see. Uh-oh, did I mistype? No. Is that name correct, Zesran? Oh, it's an I. Oh, I think we've done him once, or at least we saw him once. I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool. He is not here either. Of course, I wanna raid somebody when they're there. Oh. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's do it. Oh, it's Laz. We're doing it. We are doing it. Guys, thank you very much for today. That was awesome. Thank you for all the subs. You guys are amazing. Let's see. Oh, it's Laz. There we go.
For runway now.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow. Love you. Had a blast. I'm having a great day. I hope you too. Learned some about takeoff minimums. Hope you did too. And let's go say hi to Laz. All right, guys. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.